Thank you very much. Good morning. Can we request those who are at the back to come and occupy the front seats? Re kopa ba botlhe ba le leng ko morago come and occupy the front seats so that those who come late will then be at the back. It's very comfortable in front. Thank you very much. Here's another table. Thank you very much. Culturally, we should start with a song or a hymn. I'll take it for granted that we all prayed for ourselves when we left our houses. We are 20 minutes late. So I'm going to try that we rush through the program. You are all welcomed. My name is Honorable Kidiboni Diale Tlabela. I think I'm honorable enough to can. Welcome to this roundtable session. According to the rules of the legislature, we need to first declare this precinct as a precinct of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. And this is in terms of rule 56, subsection 2 of the standing rules of the Gauteng Legislature, version 5, revision 2, read together with section 2.1 and section 28 of the powers, privileges and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act number 4 of 2004. So whatever we do in this precinct today will be done governed by the rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature and the Act itself. So those of you who know, it means we are immune to many other things because we are governed by including going to court today. Because you are in the Gauteng Legislature, you can give an apology in the court of law in South Africa that you have attended this. So those are the immunities that comes with being in the legislature and being in parliament and a parliamentarian or a legislature. So thank you very much. You are all welcomed. I'm going to request that we observe a moment of silence to accommodate all our cultural, religious traditions that we subscribe to. If I knew you were all Christian, I would say let's pray, but let's just observe a moment of silence. Normally it's done when standing up. And I'm going to request that you all stand up for that meditation and prayer. Thank you very much. We're in a democratic South Africa, so we must respect each other's way of praying. We can't impose any other religion or cultural beliefs on anyone. Thank you very much. Like I said, my name is Kidiboni Diale Tlabela. They call us honorable members of the legislature. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on COGTA and Human Settlement. And with me, and you have seen we have rearranged the house. I'm told it was arranged this way yesterday, as per the protocol, because ditaba di matlhong. With me, I'm with honorable members. I'm going to request them to introduce themselves. These are members that serve in the committee, led by myself. So I'm going to start from my left and then move to my right.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Paul Malema. I'm a member of the committee that Chair is presiding over. Thank you very much.
Sanbanani Dumelang Abshe, Ikamalami ngu Mhlonishwa Pinky Mncube, member yale committee le portfolio. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Greg Schneeman and I'm also a member of this committee.
Thank you very much, Member Schneeman. Ntate Sirota.
My name is Mervyn Sirota. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Khwamoso Tong, member of this committee.
Member of committee. Thanks.
Ra leboga. We will try hard to speak all languages, though we are not, isiZulu sethu isiSotho. So you'll just bear with us in our learning of other languages. The program is as is before you. Oh, it's not flighted. The program is, can you flight it so that everybody else sees it? I'm going to check with the team on the apologies and then we move to item 3.
Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, everyone. Chair, I've got 2 apologies at the moment from MEC Maile, who's attending an agent community meeting in Alexander, and the HOD of COGTA, who's got family bereavement. Thank you. And Jabulo, can you please also come and apologize for the honorable members? Thanks.
Oh, you have a mic.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, honorable members. The apology that we have, it's from Member Dlamini and Member Adams and Member Dilange. Member Dilange will join us later. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, there's the agenda before you. Are we adopting it? Member Malema.
Honorable Chair, I want to move for the adoption of the agenda as proposed or tabled before us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. According to the attendance register, I would like to acknowledge the following. I'm told with us here we have a delegation from the Bank Association of South Africa. We have the youth representatives from Johannesburg, Dobsonville. Is there an area called Lelinela? Lenasia. Yo, this person can write. Okay, yeah, from Lenasia. We also have City of Johannesburg. Amongst us, we have the Basa Youth, we have the Siatanda Stimulation Center, we have, Chabele. We have a youth organization from CHABE, I don't know, Chabela Will. We have a representative from Salga, Councillor Maluleka. I saw him here with us. We also have City of Ekurhuleni amongst us. We have youth coming from various organizations. I think I can't read some of the organizations here, but there's one from, I think it's your surname, Madonzela, you are welcomed. We've got Sia Tutuga, community-based organizations. We have also community development workers amongst us, as well as all of you who are here and are not mentioned. You are welcomed to this roundtable discussion. This is part of us doing our work as a legislature. One of the things that we do is to do oversight on the Department of Human Settlement and COGTA. So COGTA, today the focus intervention study is on COGTA. COGTA in the province is a department that oversees municipalities and ensure that they give support to different municipalities in Gauteng. So I know, coming from the city of Tshwane and being a youth during my youth days, I'm no longer youth, I was responsible for youth development within the city of Tshwane. Actually, part of the champions and founders of a youth development unit in the city. All municipalities used to be convened by COGTA in Gauteng in what was called an intergovernmental youth forum. And that interdepartmental youth forum would consist of all youth units in municipalities. I don't know whether it's still the case. I know we've been fighting with the department to re-establish that. And one of the roles and responsibilities of that was to ensure youth development mainstreaming in Gauteng departments as well as in municipalities. So today we are gathered here as part of our focus intervention study, and our topic is exploring the procurement of goods and services targeted for women-owned companies, including youth and persons living with disabilities. This is from the reports that we always get when we do oversight on the Department of COGTA in Gauteng. One of the things that we have realized is that not only Department of COGTA, but all other departments in the country, countrywide, they are unable to reach the targets they set themselves in ensuring that businesses owned by youth, businesses owned by women, businesses owned by people living with disabilities, as well as military veterans, are able to get business in government departments. So there's always an excuse that we are unable to reach them, and where we reach them, they are unable to deliver. So this focus intervention study is to really look into what are the challenges within the sectors themselves, but then also the department to share with us also what they go through as and when they try to implement this part of legislation. You'll remember that we have the Preferential Procurement Framework Act that went to court through AfriForum. I thought they would be invited here also today, just to share with us what was wrong or what is wrong with the set-asides for the previously marginalized, which mostly are black women, which mostly are youth in general, which mostly are people living with disabilities. So there are those challenges, and I hope the department will also make a reflection on that what is the impact of the verdict as outlined by the Court of Law when AfriForum interdicted government. But then as a legislature, we are lawmakers, and whatever that we would need to do, and coming from your inputs, we'll take it forward and make sure that your views as key stakeholders in Gauteng are taken into considerations. So we are now going to allow the identified presenters to make their presentation. I'm not sure if City of Tshwane is here. Earlier they had not arrived, but they have confirmed to arrive. City of Joburg and City of Ekurhuleni, they are here. So I'm going to hand over this session to the presenters. I think it will work easier if we all allow all of them to present and then we all make our inputs later. I don't know if as participants in this you are comfortable with that. I have seen that the hotel has provided us with notepads and pens. So as and when you have a particular question for a particular presenter, you are able to make your presentation. So I think I have tried to outline some of the work that we do as a portfolio committee. We're not only doing oversight, we also make laws. We also ensure that there's public participation, which is this consultation with the people of Gauteng on various issues that we think are important and sometimes prompted by the people themselves that come and do oversight on this issue, on this municipality. And that's what and how we conduct our business as a portfolio committee and as a legislature. We are also, I'm told we are live, Tabisile, on Facebook. So we will also be monitoring those of you, be it at home and wherever you are, and interacting with us on Facebook. So they are also allowed to ask questions. That's how far we're trying to reach each and every person in Gauteng as the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. So we have Facebook and YouTube live streaming live, and then we'll also be taking questions from there. Tabisile and they didn't tell me your name. Tabisile and the master next to her will also be checking that for us. So you are all welcomed. Please feel free to speak in your own language if you feel so. It's September, it's Heritage Month, but then all of us are allowed to speak in our language. From time to time, ke boele ko lelemeng la gamme le ona maleme a ke ithutileng gentse ke gola ke tsamaya mo tseleng ya leeto ya bophelo baka. So ngizotry ngamandla wami wonke ukuthi ngiyenze sure ukuthi wonke umuntu uya participate ali free. Yeah, I tried. So thank you very much. You are all welcome. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. So I'm going to now give the podium to the CFO. And I don't know who will be sharing his presentation. You don't have to see him. More importantly, we want to see what he presents to all of us. So, camera. So over to you, CFO. Thank you very much. The CFO is Ntate Makafula. He's the Chief Financial Officer of the Department of COGTA in Gauteng. This is the man that must make sure that women, youth, and people living with disabilities get businesses within the Gauteng Department of COGTA. He must coordinate and make sure that all other departments achieve their targets, as well as the municipalities. Over to you, Ntate. You should come here, in fact. I'm leaving the podium. So the municipalities will prepare themselves and then present after him. Then we'll have Fedusa, and then I'll come in.
Morning, colleagues. Chair, morning, members, chair, and colleagues, members. Without waste of time, I would say all protocol observed. And I hope all of you can see me If you can't see me, I'm sorry, I'm not sitting down, I'm standing, so there's nothing I can do about it. Chair and members, the presentation I have, which I'll be sharing with you, is taking a form of, first part, it's the legal issues we are facing with in supply chain management and how, to a large extent, they inhibit us on our quest to try and empower the targeted group. Is it on? Yeah, it is. Okay. The presentation outline will start with, as reflected there. Where's the computer? Okay. Next slide. Okay, we'll start with the principle, and I think this case is where the landmark that made a determination as to what government can do, what government cannot do. The first one was the President of the Republic of South Africa versus South African Rugby Football Union. And I'm sure some of those who are my age or slightly older will remember this is the first case where SAFU take our first democratically elected President Nelson Mandela to court on the issue of administrative law to say what are the power of the president and the executives. And in this regard, the court ruled that the president must also act in good faith and must not misconstrue the nature of power, of his powers. No. And in this regard, the court was referring to the power conferred to the president and the executive, and as well as a provincial and the municipal level in terms of the constitution, to say as much as the constitution gives the president power, that power should be exercised within the limits. And I think not so long after, there was another landmark case called Pharmaceutical Manufacturer Association versus the President of the Republic. But this was an ex parte application with regard to an application made by the pharmaceutical company. And then the court said, it seems central to the perception of our constitutional order is that the legislature, the executive, in every sphere are constrained by the principle that they may not exercise no power and perform no function beyond that is confirmed by the law. So the meaning of this is, as government, then we become the species of law. Anything we do or anything we refrain from doing must be informed by law. So if there's no law stopping us from doing something, or there's no law empowering us to do something, then that cannot be done because it would be ultra vires. And I'm speaking so to colleagues, so as much as we are a functionary of government, we are exercising the state authority on behalf or for our executives, because they are the ones who are empowered by the Constitution to exercise such authority. That's why every time there's a court case, you'll never see a court case referring to the CFO, the HOD, the municipal manager, and so forth. The court case always says the minister or the MEC or the mayor of a particular, or in this regard, they just quote the entire council instead of an official, even if the case is on the decision made by an official in government. Next slide. So now, the structure of our law is in this way. We have the Constitution, which is the supreme law, and is binding to all laws. It's binding to all spheres of government and branches of government. That is spheres, national, provincial, and local, and branches is executive, is judiciary, and then as well as the legislature. And then each and every law need to be tested against the Constitution to check if it does comply. If it doesn't comply, then the effect of it, the court will set aside. And a good example would be the latest ruling by the Supreme Court of Appeal, which was confirmed by a constitutional court on the issue of BEE, which we shall also touch on it. in the presentation. So the court was and is of the view that a certain aspect of BEE or using BEE to adjudicate on gender is not objective enough. And so we need to find a criteria which is objective other than BEE. And then we have national, provincial legislation. The hierarchy is in that particular fashion, where a municipal bylaw conflict with provincial legislature, the provincial legislation will take precedent over municipal bylaw. And the same applies where municipal bylaw or provincial act of legislature does not. It's in conflict with the national legislation will take precedence. Yeah, we have common law, which we hardly use. Chair, I remember my late colleague, Mr. Bila, used to love, I made a mistake, a common law a principle of delegate potestas nand delegari, which basically it's a simple way lawyers make money of saying the power that is delegated cannot be delegated further. And this is often common with national legislation where there's a need on those national legislation to have regulations. The act will say the minister or the MEC of local government will time and again pass the legislation. I think I'll go back and say, remember, the legislative power rests with parliament at national and legislature at province. And in this regard, both will say the MEC or the minister shall pass regulation time and again. So it's a function delegated by the parliament and the legislature to the executives to say time and again, pass this on our behalf. That power cannot be delegated further to official. And all of us, we need to exercise it on behalf of our executives. Common law, we all know, but it's not mainly used in government, and we have, but it is there. And then we have customary law. And persuasive, we have international law, which normally comes to us in form of treaty. And I believe our supply chain management, some aspect of it, especially on empowerment of previously disadvantaged people, come from the articles of the New York Bodyman, forgot the name. And then we have foreign law, which often influence what you do. I believe PFM was imported from Australia. I believe some aspect of our legislation, including what we'll be discussing today, in particular, preferential procurement policy framework, was imported somewhere and changed into the law that we can apply in South Africa. And I believe that is why we have issues with regard to empowerment, because those legislations seems to have been taken from an environment where everything is in order. Next slide. And then again, we come back a layer down to sources of law in South Africa. Sources of law in South Africa start with Section 217 of the Constitution, which read, when an organ of a state in the national, provincial, local sphere of government or any other institution identified in national legislation contracts for goods and services, it must do so in accordance with a system of fair, equitable, transparent, competitive, and cost-effective. And then Section 2, subsection 1 say, does not prevent an organ or institution referred to in the subsection from implementing procurement policy providing for categories or preference of allocation of contract, protection or advancement of person or categories of person disadvantaged by unfair discrimination, and national legislation must be prescribed a framework within which the policy referred to must be implemented. And in this regard, the two subsections, they talk about the issues that are of contentions, the empowerment issues which must be taken into consideration when we evaluate tenders. And again, we'll touch on them. And then the national legislation is the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act, which was approved, and which the regulation that came as a result of that act are impugned by Agribusiness versus the Minister of Finance. And we take a little bit further down and say, let's refer to the national legislation contemplated in 2173 of the Constitution, and is the Preferential Procurement Policy Framework, which defines an acceptable tender to mean any tender which in all respect complies with the specifications, condition of the tender, and set out in the tender document. Self-explanatory. Section 2 of the legislation also read, an organ of state must determine preferential procurement policy and implement within the following framework. 1, preference point system that must be followed. Section B1 say, for contract within rent value, a prescribed amount of maximum, as stated in paragraph D, provided that the lowest acceptable score 90% for price above 50 million. So basically, this is where the crux of the problem with regard to empowerment is. Maybe next slide. We'll come back to this slide. Maybe let's start. In this regard, this act, and I think we all know the regulation, majority of us, simply means for tenders above 50 million, you can only award 10% of the point for empowerment purposes. 90% of the point will come from price. So it looks simple when you look at it, but let us be practical. Let's take the stadia, the 2010 World Cup stadia. Remember, there was a collusion which happened, the 4 companies said. And how did they manage to do it? All companies own batch plant, they sell concrete, they sell to small concrete to contractors. And so now, if I'm Makafula P2 Ltd, I want to bid for a stadia, I go to them and say, I want this amount of cubic of this strength of concrete, and then they'll quote 1,000 per cubic. Whereas them, because it's their company, they will take it from the company at 700. And so, and then they'll add 300, and then when they bid, they'll say, we're going to charge 1,000 per cube. By the way, that 1,000, which include 300 margins, for me is the cost as a small contractor, and I still need to add my margin on it. So the effect of it is, you like it or not, you cannot beat them with regard to price. The established business, you can't beat them with regard to price, and what they do, they ignore the empowerment issues because they only contribute about 10 points. They concentrate on 2 things. One, which is admin compliance, and as well the price well. And they know, even if you have what it takes, and then you go to the next, and then you have your empowerment point, on price they're going to beat you, and price contribute 90% of the point. And the effect of it is, established business will always win because they have good rebates when they buy, and their costs are always lower than empowerment companies. And the effect of it is, when the tender is big, it's more than 50 million, the likelihood is the target group are likely to lose out because the piece of legislation as it reflects. Then let's continue. For all goods, rent value of certain amount is 20-80%, meaning that 50 million and less, the empowerment points are 20%, and then the pricing contribute 80% of the point. And that's why majority of empowerment companies, that's the space they play, because 20% empowerment makes better than 10% as it in the previous case. And then the Act continues and say, for an acceptable tender which are higher in price, the price must score fewer points. So meaning the higher the price compared to the lowest price, the lesser the point you get. That is the 80% or the 90%. And a pro rata base is calculated on their tender price in relation to the rest acceptable tender in accordance with the prescribed formula. So basically, the effect of the formula is, once you did admin compliance and other compliance and you go to price, the lowest tender becomes the basis for calculation. Meaning that the higher you go above the lowest tender, the lesser the mark you get. And those marks represent 80% or 90%, depending on the value of the price. But here is an issue. Specific goals that get 10 or 20% depending on the value of the price are as follows. Categories, contracting with a person or categories of person historically disadvantaged by unfair discrimination, implement the restructuring and development program in terms of RDP as gazetted, and any specific goal which a point may be awarded. So these are the items that form 10% or 20% of the evaluation of tender. And these are the items that are supposed to be addressing the issues of a transformation. But now, I have copies for members. I'll share. Paragraph 1.17. Paragraph 1.17 of Procurement Practice Note, SCM2 of 2006, issued by National Treasury reads, the practice of using bid documents that contain conditions that promote, set aside, or exclude certain categories of potential bidders from bidding for government contract must be refrained from. So the effect of it, this practice note is, as practitioners and as professionals in government, when we procure, we cannot say this particular category of work will be exclusively for women. We cannot say this category piece of work will be exclusively for a previously disadvantaged individual. Or if we do, let me put it otherwise, if we do, and then other categories of individuals which are not targeting bid for that particular work, we cannot ignore their bids. And the bid is always a better price than that target group. So I would even take it better and say, in Agribusiness NPC, which is latest case, ruled by the Supreme Court of Appeal, the court ruled the contract must be awarded to a tender they say, it was held that after the evaluation of a tender, and then where the tenders are equally ranked, there can be no objection to BEE. So the effect of this particular ruling is, in the event there's a target group, and there's non-target group, and then they are equal on points, that is the only time you can objectively use BEE to say the tender shall go to the target group, over any other company. But any other time before, the effect of this particular ruling is that you cannot use BEE to discriminate against any other bidder. And in this regard, I would say any other bidder, established business, and so forth and so forth. And so, members, the reason why we're presenting that is to say, as much as we make all effort to try and empower young and upcoming business, we are a species of law. We are expected to act and then be guided by the law in everything we're doing, and then anything which we do not do outside the law is considered to be irregular expenditure. And I think we've all seen what happened lately when an irregular expenditure is committed. And so in order for us to move much more better with regard to issue of empowerment, the law needs to be amended to try and favor those which we want to empower. But at this point, what seems very clear when we read all law, it would seem as if the law is saying you cannot discriminate on the basis of those listed items when evaluating tenders, and it must be on equal basis. In fact, the practice note I just share with you, it was an advice given by state law, and I think if you read it, it's very crude, and the manner in which it's crude does not seem to favor the quest for empowerment of our people out there. So next slide. So in the next slide, we'll try and share how as the department we have done, and then our challenges and what needs to be done. We'll start with women. In April, 16% of our expenditure went to women-owned enterprises, and it moved to 10, and it moved to 17, and the total for first quarter, 14.91% of our business went to women-owned enterprises. And July, which is part of first quarter, we did 16%. Next slide. And we go to youth. First quarter, we did 1.42. Second quarter, I would say less than 1%. And then, in fact, in May, and then the entire quarter we did just close to 1%. And in July, just 0.81%. I'll share some of the reasons which prevent us from doing that. And then with people with disability, we're doing badly. We did less than 1% for the entire quarter. And then military veterans, we managed to do nothing. And it's a little bit difficult part in this regard because the central database system does not cater for that category. So when you want to empower women, you can always go on the CSD and look for women-owned enterprises, and the CSD will help you in that regard. But with regard to military veteran, it's a different story altogether. You have to depend on an information collected by the other department. And then, what are the challenges? Our challenge, our budget is very negligible. And then the next slide will show how and why, what do we say when we say our budget is negligible. And we've been trying to get more, but we are not getting more. And as much as we want to, we can always empower to the limit of our budget. And again, the existing laws, I would say, and I suspect they were adopted from a country where things are much more better than we have, and they are not looking for empowerment. And as a matter of fact, pricing is the order of the day. The cheaper the price it is, the better. And so whether you come from previous disadvantaged individual or not, that is of secondary importance. And I think the opposite is true, because if you empower and by paying exorbitant cost, again, there will be certain consequences which you'll have to face. Compliance. Maybe let me share a story. We went to DED and asked for a database in accordance to these categories. But we all know that even if you have a database, you still need to go to CSD and check the compliance of those individuals before you can issue RFQ, for an example. And then what we normally find is, out of, let's say, roughly a sample of 50 you'd have chosen to get quotation, there'll be one person who's compliant. And not only compliant, and sometimes you call the individuals, and especially if it's tax. Remember, there's a court case which says you cannot deny somebody government work because the tax issues. So before you do the evaluation and finish, before you appoint, give that individual an opportunity to fix their tax issues. And then once their tax issues are fixed, and then you can go back and then issue. So you'll do that, and then you'll call individuals, even if they have outstanding tax matters, and say, can you give us a quotation on this? Again, out of a sample of 50, one person will respond, and the rest will not respond. Not return their emails, they'll not. No, it's our experience, man. Yes, it's our experience. That is one of the things we've observed when we were. Funding is another issue. We have number of orders which we had to cancel because we'd issue an order, we need 400,000 worth of item, which is about 350, and then the person will have an order but not have the cash to deliver on the order. And then but the issue remains, those goods or services which you have ordered are required and are required by a specific time in the organization. And so eventually you'll reach a mutual agreement that let's terminate the order and go to the next person. And I think some of them, the stories that comes through is they try, the institution of government, to try and get funding, but the criteria used by those institutions is not far from the criteria used by the bank. You must have this and this and that and that, and then once you have this thing, the money will come out. And so the very same frustration the target group would have experienced would still experience when they go to those government funding institutions. And maybe just to touch on the issues of law. The other thing which is coming very strongly, Chairperson, is the interface between the legislation and as well as the court case or the precedents of a higher court. I mean, the structure of South Africa is you have a legislation, and sometimes the two parties will have a dispute on the interpretation of a particular provision in the legislation. They approach the court will rule. And going forward, the court lower than that particular court need to take the interpretation of that particular court in a way as law. And that's why we call it case law. The other problem which is common is unless the court ruled and gave the minister a particular period to amend the law, once the court ruled and say this is the new requirements, the legislation does not get updated. And you have legislation reading this way, and then you have another court rule this way. Now, I'll give an example. What I just said now to say, when evaluating tender, court case says you cannot exclude a person because of the adverse tax matters. You evaluate, you give them an opportunity to fix them before, and unless they cannot fix them, you can issue a letter. The regulation were not updated to reflect that. Issue of admin compliance, the quite few precedents which says during admin compliance, there are certain things which are minor in nature. If they are left out, you cannot exclude a person. Go ahead and give them an opportunity to. The law is not updated to reflect that. Now, I can even go to other spheres of law. Take the controversial Recognition of Customary Union Act. It put 4 requirements for a marriage to be regarded as valid in terms of customary law. 1, the family of the groom and bride must agree to the marriage. 2, lobola or dowry must be paid. 3, the marriage must be solemnized in accordance to the culture enjoyed by the parties. And 4, the bride must be inducted in the families, in the family of the groom. And then one person went to court and say, I want to get married, my dad is refusing permission. And then I'm an adult. So constitutionally speaking, an adult cannot stop an adult from getting married. And the court agreed. So meaning that that particular requirement of, say, families must agree is dealt away with. So it's no longer a requirement for marriage to be valid. But the legislation was not amended. 2, they said no, dowry or lobola must be paid. That is the legislation. The court says no, it doesn't have to be, for as long as it's agreed upon. For as long as it's agreed upon. So meaning that if I come, I want to marry, and then they say 20,000, I say, okay, fine, I'll come back, it's okay, for as long as there's a record to that effect. And they say the marriage must be solemnized in accordance to the parties, the culture of the parties. And the court says, no, the tone of the negotiating parties will tell if there will be a marriage in future. So meaning if you go there and negotiate and you say, no, I'm negotiating, and you agree, can we take the bride and say, agree, and the bride and the groom live together openly as husband and wife, and then the marriage does exist. But the legislation is not updated to reflect those particular interpretations of a court. And then the effect of it is there's confusion as to what is it which is valid and what is it which is not valid. Let's go back to the issue of the budget. Next slide, please. Our budget, it's a very, very, very small budget, amongst the smallest in the GPG province. Ours is 610 million. Of the 610 million, 380 million, it's compensation of employees. And then other non-procurement item takes about 25 million. And this gut, it's monies that we mostly transfer to municipalities, and then payments of historical items. And so that leaves us with 204 million for procurement budget. And then on that 204 million, we still have to take into consideration other general expenditure. And in this regard, we have cell phones and data, which costs us about 80 million, particularly the gadgets and the instrument we give to CDWs to do their work in the field. And then we have fleet, which costs about 13 million. We have office of automation, 2 million. We have security and cleaning, 6.5 million. And then of the 204 million budget, still, the 39 million will not go to procurement. And it leaves us with about 150 million, which we must do. And again, in order to try to make up for the deficiencies in law, what we do is we have one or two things to try and continue with the empowerment. Next. Again, because of the issues in law, which we just shared with you, this is what we do to try and still work on numbers. Whenever we have an event or similar thing, we exclusively ask for quotation from the RFQ from those particular areas where we'll be having an event. It will not go anywhere. And again, this, I'm sure it's a practice because now people are fighting to say you cannot have an event in our area and then bring people from different areas to deliver services. And then we make a concerted effort. And when we say concerted effort, we can share our records. All RFQ, we exclusively request them from empowerment targets. That is women, youth, township enterprises, and so forth and so forth. And then in addition, we requested during bidding period was the case in the past. And so again, we still have one or two code on our tenders to say we encourage particular people to apply. But unfortunately, when tenders come and then it's everyone, including those we don't want to empower, we cannot discriminate, we have to evaluate. And half the time, we find ourselves having to appoint outside the empowerment target. And that's basically the issue. So in a nutshell, Chair, the biggest inhibitor still remain the law. We make pronouncement, but 80% or all the time, we do not amend the law to try and reflect the targets, and it becomes an issue. And we all know that if you act outside what the law provides, the expenditure is regarded as irregular, and we all know what happened when the expenditure is regular. I'll pause there, Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you very much for clapping hands. I don't know whether you are clapping for working to achieving nothing. Thank you very much, Ntate Makafula. Ekuruleni? City of Ekuruleni as it comes. Let's also try to, in our presentation, ensure that we accommodate everyone. We didn't check the level of English understanding of other people here. So let's make sure that in your technical financial language, you accommodate us, especially ourselves who didn't go to school. Ne? We didn't do financials. No jargons here. Just make sure that you accommodate us. As if you are explaining to Kuku Diale, Korastembe, somewhere, not knowing anything about finances. Over to you. Mpo, is it Mpo? Over to you.
Thank you. Still morning. Good morning to the honorable members Morning, colleagues and everyone that is present. My name is Mpom Gengo. I'm from COE, representing the group CFO. I'm appointed as the divisional head responsible for supply chain in Ekurhuleni. I think the CFO has assisted us in terms of talking about all the technicalities and the legal aspects and legislation that governs supply chain. So in my presentation, I'm going to focus mainly on the actual numbers. The presentation will focus on the performance of the city for the financial year 2021-2022, which we've just closed off now in June. We can then move on to the next slide, just outlines what the presentation is going to cover. Slide number 3 is, I won't go into detail. I think the CFO has given everyone a fair understanding of how supply chain operates and some of the technicalities that are involved in that aspect. In the next slide, I just want to bring to the attention of everyone in the room that as part of the commitment by the city to partake in advancing designated groups, the SCM policy of the city does stipulate specifically that BBB enterprises with equitable gender must be given an opportunity to participate. It also makes room for enterprises based within the COE graphical area where possible, and I will explain later in the presentation why I say where possible. We do make requirements regarding products that are manufactured in South Africa, and this we do through local content, which is governed by DTI. We do make mention of the need for supply chain to respond to youth empowerment, as well as creating opportunities for persons with disabilities. When I spoke about COE geographical areas, I said where possible. We ventured in a process of doing a technical consultation with the National Treasury so that we can assess what possibilities are there to set aside certain opportunities for specifically COE geographical areas and other designated groups that we are seeing as the city that we are not positively responding on. To date, we've received feedback from National Treasury which is not so favorable. It takes us back to the legislation that the CFO was speaking about when he presented earlier on. So I think it's an ongoing process. It's a conversation we are having with Treasury. And the biggest concern is the fact that the legislation is not updated. We sit with the challenges in reality, and the implementation makes it difficult for the cities to respond to the challenges. However, we have through regulation 4 and 9 that we are currently allowed to use while National Treasury is closing off on the issue of the Concord ruling. We are currently trying to use the 30% subcontracting clause in the bids that we do have that are above 30 million to try and facilitate the involvement of the designated groups. This has required that the city enhance contract management processes so that we are able to monitor the main contractors that are appointed and make sure that they do indeed cater for the designated group that we aim to reach. And I think the regulation in that respect does assist us because it requires that for subcontracting after the appointment of the bid, the list that is provided by the organ of state and service providers that are registered on CSD be utilized for the 30%. So in that aspect, the city is closely monitoring that through contract management to see how many designated groups we can touch through our procurement processes. In the next slide, we've summarized on the table the actual expenditure and in terms of percentages, what the city has spent in the different categories. Like I already said, this is a reflection of the financial year 2021-2022 that ended in June. Because these elements are included in the policy, you'll see on the table we have a column for the target for the specific groups. Because it's items that are part of the policy, it's items that have found expression in performance agreements of the group CFO, certain affected HODs, myself, as well as senior managers that facilitate the processes of procurement in the SCM division. If you look at the slide, it paints a picture that we are doing fairly well in terms of awards to women. We are sitting at 83.14% for the financial year. Specifically, black females, we are sitting at 42%, with an overall HDI sitting at 6.2. That is where we struggle a bit because we sit with a target of 20% and we are still underachieving in that regard. The city is extremely struggling with the procurements for persons with disabilities. I think the slide reflects that we are sitting on a 0, and I think for the previous 2 financial years, we have not been able to achieve this specific target. Youth-owned, we are sitting at 20%, the target is 10%. I think there is an outcry, there is a need to also reevaluate the target, but also when it is reevaluated as the city, we want to be realistic about the targets that we set, considering the fact that SCM is a very compliant legislated space, and it's a bit difficult to facilitate some of the aspects that could help us achieve in responding to the outcries. And then also what we do track is the business that through procurement we award to COE-based companies. So we do track overall COE-based companies as well as the youth, so that as a city we are also able to reflect on that. In the next slide is exactly what I've just spoken to, the tracking of the COE and non-COE based. We are sitting at about 68% of the procurement expenditure, which is not COE based, and only 32% which is COE based. I must say that this is not any set aside that is done because of the prescripts that currently legislate SCM. However, it is something that we track from an internal perspective so that we can be able to have this view and report on it when the need arises. The challenges that we are faced with, I think the CFO has alluded to almost all of them, it's the legislative restrictions in terms of the legislation that governs the processes and how we are unable to do set-asides for the designated groups because we need to abide by the laws and regulations that National Treasury also performs oversight to ensure that we comply with. One of the other issues that we've picked up is the knowledge gap, and I think also the CFO touched on it, where you receive in response about 800 bids. We do have instances where we receive responses of 800 bids. However, once evaluation has been done, you sit with less than 20 of the bids being acceptable. So the knowledge gap mainly talks to the ability of the prospective bidders to comply with the aspects that are advertised with the bid. Sometimes not so much the technical aspects, but the legislative aspects which relates to the submission of municipal accounts, signing of declarations, and submission of other information that is required in line with the SCM regulation. And then the last challenge, I think the CFO spends considerable time speaking about it, is the competitiveness with regards to price. One, it's sometimes the inability of the small and medium-sized companies to perform thorough market research so that when they do the pricing, it's pricing that will assist them obtain the 80 or the 90 points. But also, the 80 and the 90 points does seem to pose a problem on its own. But with it being there, we always encourage that small and medium-sized businesses spend considerable time getting an understanding of the market and how best they can price their bids, because it will put them at a better place to be able to compete. In the last slide, there are 3 interventions that the city has identified, some already partially implemented, that we want to venture into to try and assist in getting the numbers up and responding to the outcry. One which is not on the slide, a few years back, through the SCM policy approval process that was tabled in council approved what we call the strategy of unbundling. And what the city has done is, where possible, bids that can be appointed to more than 2, 5, 10 bidders have been split so that we create room for other small, medium-sized businesses to participate. Because what we also did realize is that the expenditure is big, and through the approval of the policy, we are then implementing that particular strategy to create room and space for the businesses to be able to participate. One of the other aspects that we've been wanting to venture into is having a suppliers workshop where we will be workshopping and assisting everyone that is interested in the process of making sure that they understand the compliance prescripts and they are able to comply with them when they respond to our bids. This has been a challenge with the pandemic in place because it's one where we were not anticipating that it would be fair to cut the number in terms of how many people you would allow. But with us being in level 1 now, the planning has started. We do have buy-in from an MMC and executive mayor's level to roll out and conduct the SCM workshops so that we can assist the small and medium-sized businesses, especially those in the designated group, to understand the requirements and be able to be responsive when the bids are advertised. And of course, I mentioned earlier that we are in a process where we are continuously engaging National Treasury to try and find out what avenues are available within the prescripts of the law to be able to create an opportunity where the designated group can find expression. I hope it was not technical and everyone was able to capture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hosi Mpho. City of Joburg. I don't know who's the presenter because we have not yet received your presentation. If you can share it with us. Have you shared it with us? Oh, okay. Late last night. Okay, no. No, we're not just coming present. Masha, who is Masha? Reo Khalagoba.
Oh no, I think it's
Salary to have who is Masha? Where is Masha?
no, it's
Oh, Kikupale Monte Masha. Just on a lighter note.
no, that's fine.
We're trying to make you comfortable.
Thank you.
Continue. Mara ke khala batla Masha since ke fitla. Where is Masha? Who is Masha? And I also don't know Masha. Okay, over to you. Are you ready?
Thank you. Yes.
You'll
Good morning.
introduce yourself.
Good morning. Yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Vumile Matasa. I'm from Group Strategic Supply Chain Management Unit. I also represent our CFO, who could not attend today. Maybe first let me explain, I'm from City of Johannesburg. So in the City of Johannesburg, we've got around about 74 billion budget. And with that 74 billion budget, we've got about 12 entities. Some of them, you have your City Power, Pick It Up, Joburg Water, Joburg Market, Zoo, 12 of them. So that budget is inclusive of the entities. So entities, they have their own managing director with its own board of directors. So the MD reports to the board in all the entities I'm mentioning. And then now we also have a core. Core then, it's your departments, your housing, health, and so on, transport. Those are the departments that we have. So that's the structure of the city. Maybe to go through the presentation, these are the issues that I'll be talking about: the expenditure on goods and services, expenditure breakdown, expenditure performance on SMMEs. I'll also talk on the challenges, performance on supporting designated groups, and supportive initiatives. So the expenditure, or the amount that is, you can see there, this is the amount that was spent on goods and services in the last financial year. So in the municipalities, it's different as compared to the government or the provincial departments. The financial years are different. In the municipalities, it starts from the 1st of July to the end of June the following year. So we are on our first term, and it's not even finished. I think it's finishing end of September. So hence we are reporting on the last financial year. So this is the amount that we spent on goods and services in the last financial year. This is only the core departments. So in terms of the expenditure report, it is based on the enterprise sizes. As follows, we've got EMEs, emerging, micro-enterprise, QSEs, qualifying small, and then we also have the large entities. So the difference here is the annual turnover. So less than 10 million is the EMEs. And then QSE is between 10 and 50 million. And then the large is above 50 million. With regards to the expenditure, if you see there that we've got a total spent on SMMEs, and then we've got a total expenditure, which is the same figure that was on the first slide, the total budget, with the total spent on goods and services. So on SMMEs, we spent about 2.1 billion last financial year. As you can see, the percentage is 51% was spent on SMMEs, and then 49% was on large entities. So women-owned companies, that's the amount you can see there that we spent in the last financial year, which is 7% of our total expenditure. The youth, it gets smaller and smaller. So the youth, it was 1%, and as you can see, the amount there. And then persons or people with disabilities. Is that a club? No, we're welcoming. We can clap. Oh, okay. I thought maybe you were encouraging us that we've done well. Oh, she's shocked. Oh, okay.
It's a serious shock, and we also are wanting to ask you, what is the population in Johannesburg? And do you know the demographics? But it's fine, continue presenting. Let us not disturb you.
No, thank you. Okay, so that's the percentage there, 0.08. And then the military veterans, it's 2%. Of the amount that was spent in the last financial year. So with regards to challenges, I think some of the challenges, the CFO has already highlighted the issue of policy with regards to the court case and the Concord. But to be more practical, on the SCM level, the challenge that we have, especially in the city of Johannesburg, like I said earlier, I've got 12 entities. So currently, you need to have a vendor number for all the 12 entities. So that means you need to go and register individually to each and every entity, which is a challenge. And then you also need to have a vendor number for the core departments. So that means you need to have vendor numbers like 12 or 13 of them, which is not fair and it's not right. And it's something that we are, as a city, we're working on. I think we're in the process of procuring a system to automate so that we have one database, so that you register one for all the entities. So that's what is happening. The second one is the fact that most designated groups do not receive requests for quotations. It's a fact, and it's something that needs to be discussed here and dealt with, because it's not, the smaller entities don't receive requests as they're supposed to. Okay, one of the other challenge, probably one of the reasons why that is the case, is the fact that most of the SMMEs, they will underquote because they just want to receive a PO. And then when it's time to deliver, then there's challenges. Because you've undercoated, now you still have to go and deliver now. It's either you deliver inferior quality product or you won't deliver it at all. There will always be stories, delays and so on. So those are the challenges. I think it was also raised by the City of Kurulin, the issue of poor market research. Before you submit your quotation, it's important that you go around to find out how much is this chair going to cost. Okay, and then you put your markup, and then you submit. Because right now the issue is, I just want to be the cheapest so that I receive the PO, and then you struggle to deliver. So those are the challenges. And now you find that now some companies, they sell, okay, their orders. You were doing business with Vumile Enterprise, all of a sudden now when you call, you are told, no, now it's Imperial Enterprise. So those are the challenges that we have. And these are some of the initiatives that as a city embarks on to support the SMMEs. So what we make sure that we do, we abide by the PPFA 2017 regulation, special regulation 9, where it says that when it comes to subcontracting as a condition of tender, where feasible. So what is important here is to make sure that anything above 30 million, we go to the CSD website, we look for the smaller companies, we look for the youth-owned, we look for the military veterans and the PWDs. Make sure that we encourage those main contractors to partner with those companies. So that's what we do on a regular basis. And also to make sure that, as it was mentioned before, that the contract management is very effective and efficient. So you monitor and track closely, because the other challenge is that the main players will come in and say, no, I've got these 5 companies that are small I'm working with. But you'll find that mid-contract, or after a year, the smaller companies will contact us and say, but this person, we've only seen him once, he's not giving us jobs, or his lack of payment, or not paying sufficiently. So those are the challenges that, as officials, we need to make sure that we monitor the contract management and track the spend. That if you said you're going to spend 30% to these companies, that's what exactly should happen. So it is our responsibility to make sure that we monitor that and avoid those conflicts, because right now, most of the time you find that you're dealing with conflicts instead of managing the actual project, that what is it that we're supposed to do as the entity. So that's what is very important. And also the Regulation 8, we all know that they are designated groups by National Treasury. So we make sure that we follow those sectors and make sure that in those sectors, whatever percentage it is on our tenders, we make sure that we follow. So we also make sure, like the pre-qualification, this one is also a bit tricky because of the court case. It's very difficult now to do the set-asides, even to give preference. It's really, really tricky to do that. So I guess then maybe we'll wait and see on the new regulations how are they going to look like. So as the city, we spend a majority of its budget on goods and services in the following commodities. I think this is also important to understand that we spend most of our money on ICT, attorneys, construction, fleet. In the city, we've got different types of fleet. We've got the red fleet, the green fleet, specialized and non-specialized. So, and we also spend on engineering services. So what is important that in our trainings, when we train the smaller entities, we always encourage them to go into those industries that are not very popular. You know, your IT sector, construction, and all those sectors, to make sure that, because in those sectors, you've got more chances of getting some business within the city. Because you find that most small entities are all doing the generic stuff, you know. So it's important that we specialize. I know it's easier said than done, but it's important that you understand where does the money go. So we also embark on the early payment because this is another challenge. SMEs always tell us that take too long to pay. So this is one thing that our CFO always stresses on, that especially SMEs, pay them on time. Pay them on time. So this is one thing that we focus and make sure that we improve on. The other one is the issue of the mentoring and training, because I think this is very important. As a city, we've got about 8 regions. So each and every region has got opportunity centers, whereby you can walk in, they can assist you to register your business. They also have these, every quarter they have these workshops where they will call industry players to assist. If maybe there is construction, they'll call the guys like CIDB to assist the smaller companies to make sure that they empower them to understand the sector more and how to make sure that they comply with all the regulations that we have. Because we all know that government's got too many regulations. Sometimes they are a lot. Even for us, it's a lot. It's a lot of them, which is something that government in general just need to look into, because it's a challenge, especially for smaller guys. And it's costly to make sure that you need to comply with this, register there, or pay that one, and so on. So it is really a challenge. So this is one of the initiatives that we do. We also we have this one-stop shop, which it's called the opportunity centers. So it's a walk-in. In all the regions, there is an opportunity center. And then, so we try and make sure that we create databases of SMMEs per commodity, proactively alert them of the available tender opportunities. So if we know that, because remember as a city, we receive acquisition plans from departments. Acquisition plan is basically a plan of goods and services that a department is going to buy, the goods and services that are going to procure for that year. So we know in advance how much and what is it that the department is going to buy. So what we do, we call in our database, invite the SMMEs, sector-specific, obviously, and alert them that, guys, look out for these projects that are going to come. So that by the time you see it on the newspaper or on the National Treasury website, at least you had time to prepare and you know exactly what's coming. So those are the initiatives that we try and embark in. Thank you very much.
Maybe before you go down, just elaborate, and I will request your colleagues in other. Where is Joburg?
I'm Joburg.
Oh, Sito Fekurulen, I think, sorry. But I'm told the director for supply chain in COGTA is also still here. Just elaborate on this thing of the court case by the AfriForum versus the Treasury Ministry. Just explain it to the participants here. And pretend as if you're explaining to grade ones. Because you are all mentioning it as a challenge. So we want to understand this challenge. What is it? Okay, yes, there's PPPFA Act, it's there. So what were they challenging? And then what was the response by the court? And then how is that response by the court a challenge to yourselves? Because I think this is part of processes towards lawmaking. Remember, whatever inputs we get here, we are able to package it as recommendations, whether to amend, review, repeal, and based on the court outcome, what can we do as lawmakers? But remember, as lawmakers, we get inputs from the people. In South Africa, when we make law, it's a law by the people. So the people will say, yes, we see the court, yes, we hear, but then now tell us this thing. What is it? Explain it. We've read about it, we've heard about it on TV, but now it's an opportunity to interface with experts in the financial sector who are affected by the verdict and the act itself. So explain it in a layman's terms, like I am a grade 1, I'm here, I want to understand this thing. So, ikhalo kunje uyakhuluma. Ichase
ngabuka my expand.
okay. Okay, there's Member Malema also. Sorry to hijack and ask you a question because all of you, the three of you are presenting this as a challenge. And we want to really get the meat out of the skeleton you're talking about.
Thank you once more, Honorable Chair. With your indulgence, let me piggyback on the point that you've just, a very salient point that you've just raised here. That in the explanation, or in the process of you explaining that, can we also understand as to what are the contingency measures that you are putting in place or you have put in place, juxtaposed to the ramification that may be coming from as a result of the judgment that was passed? Thank you.
Okay.
Where is the, when the CFO just went out, you know?
Can you
Yeah.
call him?
Where is the director? What's happening outside? Masha is outside.
Maybe they are
Oh,
discussing.
okay,
the
no,
case.
Masha. That's Masha. Did you see?
I'm on the same table there.
So you didn't know her?
No, I
Okay.
didn't.
Where is the COE person?
There she is.
Ikuruleng.
Kuruleni, yes.
Oh. We're not yet engaging the presentations. Please hear me.
You can
We
come
are
ahead.
just wanting them to explain Khoho, because they present this as Khoho. I don't know, those of you who have kids, you'll know what do I mean by Khoho. Ne? You can still sit there and explain it from where you're sitting.
Oh,
Yeah.
I called her, sorry.
Oh, I'm the chair.
Oh, sorry, Chair.
I get by presenter as Khoho. Sorry about tlhaloganya Khoho akere. So tlhalosa Khoho. You know, one of the things why we wanted AfriForum to be here and they rejected our invite was also to understand their side of story. Why would they not want a legislation like this one that is seeking to address the economical issues that we as black women, we as youth, we as people living with disabilities in South Africa, people who are still marginalized under the democratic dispensation. And this law looks like a law that will accommodate us, but then they are contesting it. And it was going to be nice and better for them to come in a forum like this and in a dialogue like this so that we also understand, because we might believe this is a good law that will accommodate us. Now, Bona, they are fighting for it to be scrapped. So what are they, what we wanted to hear from them, what is their thinking, but also, how do we build a South Africa that is better for all of us, with many of us excluded? Many of us, I mean, we the women, we the youth, we people living with disabilities. I think I qualify for the three because I'm a woman, I was a youth, I'm no longer a youth, yeah. But I'm just saying that it was going to help us in our discussion and in our dialogue to also understand where they come from with this, because just hearing it from the third person does not make it enough. But when we dialogue and understand each other's plight, it becomes very easy and we are able to build a prosperous South Africa together as envisaged by Nelson Mandela and them. But let's hear your technical side of Khoho. Because
Okay.
you are presenting it as a challenge. But even before the AfriForum, you're not even achieving. So why is it Khoho? And then why was it not Khoho? Then still you were not. So just explain to us.
Okay, I'm going to try, maybe firstly make a disclaimer that this is a legal matter and I'm not a lawyer. No, it does indeed. So firstly, maybe a point of correction. It's not AfriForum, the case. It's AfriBusiness. It's an NPO. Huh? It's under, oh, okay, I don't know. Okay, I was just explaining that.
AfriForum is the mother body. Whatever that.
AfriBusiness.
It's a, yes.
Oh, okay.
So they are mother body. Kori is a mother and a child. That's why it's a family thing.
Oh, okay. So, my understanding is that, sorry, you'll correct me or explain further. So my understanding is that Triple PFA 2017 regulations, first of all, there was 2011, and then the latest one was 2017. I think the CFO explained earlier that their intention was to give preference to designated groups so that they are preferred in terms of the tendering system in South Africa in all spheres of government. So these designated groups, like they include the women, youth, people with disability, military veterans, people that live in rural areas and so on. So those are the designated groups. So I know that Regulation 4 is the one that mostly talk about preference given to these designated groups. So I think the challenge then from AfriBusiness was that it's not fair that these ones should be given preference. It should be opened up, not limited to these groups. So I think there was a specific decision that was made by the Minister of Finance at the time, and then they challenged it, and then as a result of that, then there was a moratorium that we need to hang 10 up until the matter is finalized with the Constitutional Court. So I don't know, maybe I will let my colleague maybe explain further. Yeah, he's the one.
It's serious of a danger. This part of legislation governs your work. Please go familiarize yourself with it. As you leave our podium to sit down, and then we allow Mpo to help you. Thank you very much for your presentation. I hope you'll sit around and we will be discussing and asking you questions later. Thank you very much, Baba.
No, thank you.
They are clapping hands for making effort to come and make a presentation. I'm not sure if they are clapping hands for the work that you are doing in City of Joburg. Thank you very much, Ntate. Mpo?
Okay,
Switch it on somewhere.
it's on now. I think maybe to try and explain this hoho, I will start by saying, without setting aside anything through Regulation 4, the regulation itself is a hoho because of the 80-20 and the 90-10, which is used to evaluate bids. Because when you use your 80-20, only 20 points count towards your triple BE level, which is your empowerment side. And your 80 points is coming from your price. And when you use the 90-10, the 10 will only count for empowerment and the 90 will count for price. So just at that premise, we are disadvantaged because at least if it was a 50-50 split, because the minority of the points are the points that are, thank you, Chair.
So that we can all have a debate around this. It affects lives.
And pockets. So that's the first problem. Without even delving into Regulation 4 and 9, which I think sought to mitigate some of the issues that were being brought up because of the 1820 and the 9010. So then Regulation 4 came into place, and Regulation 4 gave us the designated groups to say you can advertise and set aside that particular item for any of these groups, and it's the youth, persons with disabilities, military veterans, and I think when that started being used, it used up a majority of what was available. So if we had 10 tenders available, you could say 9 were being advertised with the set aside. And I think that's what started causing the discomfort to say, there should be at least a 50-50 split where you set aside 50% of your procurement for the designated group and 50% is open for us all to participate. Because once you set it aside, and the most popular one is when you set aside for EMEs and QSEs, which is small and medium-sized companies, which are level 1, black-owned, whether female or male, and so forth. And that one is used quite a lot. And I think the frustration then came from a point where if all of them are starting to be advertised like that, we are not getting an opportunity to participate in the procurement processes. And I think that's where the gripe came from. And then there's another one, Regulation 9. And what Regulation 9 seeks to do is, if you have not set aside, in terms of Regulation 4, for a specific designated group, it then forces the bidder that is going to get the award to subcontract 30% of whatever value of the contract is, if the contract is above 30 million and if it's feasible. Because with some of the contracts, the nature of what it is that you are procuring, it's almost impossible to subcontract a portion. And an example is consultancy services, because when I'm a consultant, I can't give anyone a portion of my consultancy. So then Regulation 9 was also an alternative. But when Regulation 9 comes into play as well, Regulation 9 also dictates to you who you give this 30% to. And then it brought back the elements of Regulation 4, and it was saying, we will advertise with no set aside, everyone will participate, but whoever gets the bid must share 30% of the contract value with this specific designated group. So those are the two contentious pieces of the regulations that Agribusiness was having an issue with. And the concern now, Chair, and when we have the debate, is there's a draft regulation that was published by Treasury, I think in March, after February, when the Concord ruling came out. And it closed for comments in April. And from where we are sitting as a city, and myself as a citizen, that draft has already deleted those sections. They are no longer there in the draft that was published for comments. So we've been given the right to use the current regulation as they are, with the Regulation 4 and the Regulation 9, until February next year. So the Concord had given 12 months for the minister to rectify the situation. So we are still using the regulations. However, there is a high possibility that because the draft has been published without these two sections, there is a possibility that they could fall away come February if the draft is signed off as the replacement of the 2017 regulations. I'm not sure if that assists, but the ho-ho here is that there is something, it is being used, and I think the contentious discussion is maybe it's being overused, but the response as well that is coming through is we are not trying to control how and when and how much it's used, we are just taking it away.
What is the problem with taking it away?
The problem with taking it away is then we solely, on every procurement process, going to rely on points allocation. You are not setting aside anything, and you are not forcing anyone to share anything with anyone. And because a majority of those points is based on price, our level 1s and level 2s are going to struggle to compete with our level 4s and levels.
But I said, if we are happy by you, I carry the idea as youth activists, women, people with disability, they must know that it's important to go participate in the hearings that discusses this law. Because if you are not going to, let me be on record. Did you hear what Mpo said? So it's scrapped out. What they are failing to achieve, it's now temporarily scrapped out until February next year. And if a mistake happens, that the new law that comes, the amendment, continue to be in this draft, it means you are out. You must compete fairly. There's no set aside. Like you do. So it's a threat to us, while noting that they are not performing, all these people who are working on our behalf, not politicians themselves as administrators, while not achieving what was a 2017 framework. Now we're going to be competing with these big companies that we always see on freeways advertising, as small, medium enterprises and as youth business entities and women entities and people living with disabilities. So I'm just saying that these are the important things that will come out of this dialogue, but also are alerting yourself of what this change might bring to ourselves generally as these designated groups. Mpo, you wanted to say something? Okay.
Advantage to any designated group based on the draft that is currently on the website.
Okay, we'll engage. Let's have a presentation from Salga. City of Tshwane is not here yet. Salga, la utlwa ke masepala tsa lona ga di perform, and I'm sure City of Tshwane le yone e thabile go tla because it was going to present zero performance. So we are quite worried. We thought the MMCs and councillors of these metropolitan municipalities will accompany the officials to this important session, and they are also not here because when we are public reps and we don't do oversight, this happens. It's quite shocking. In a youth population like the one we have in Gauteng, in Johannesburg, they can only give 1% of youth business. It's sad, ne? Hale participate, you are not loud enough. Okay, we'll hear yourselves when you speak, but yeah, this is quite important, and you'll understand my passion because I was a youth at some point, not so long ago. Our passion is yes, member. Oh, okay. So you'll understand what we go through as public reps. These are the kinds of reports we get. And that's why this focus intervention study that perhaps let's also go down and get the inputs of, these groups just to understand what might be their challenges of not procuring for services, while we also hear the side of the story of the implementers of the law. We must also hear the side of story of those who are to render the services, which is yourselves, and also hear the input of the public. Councillor Maluleka, are you ready?
I'm waiting for them to flight.
Okay. Technical people, don't delay a politician. Councillor Maluleka is waiting for you. Lutlwile bomme. So we can't keep quiet when somebody goes and challenge the law that benefits us. I'm not saying you must do something, but I'm saying, and then that's why ne re ba tlhoka gompieno gore re ba utlwa ba re ska lwa fela re sa utlwe gore o lwe gongwe ba na le mabaka a valid, but le rona re sentse re nne le access to monotho. A ke re monotho ga se wa batho ba bangwe fela kwa rona rotlhe. The economy is for all of us. That's why other people in 20-something defined it as their generational mission. Honorable members, maybe you wanted to say something while waiting for Councillor Maluleka. Member Ncube, Member Malema, Member Ledwaba, Sipho is disturbing you. Maybe you wanted to say something out of the 3 presentations? Okay, let's start with Member Ncube, then Member Malema, Member Tong, and Member... We are all going to get, we are just taking this advantage. Member Ncube?
Okay. Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Jobeck talks about mentoring and training, assisting those companies that need to qualify. My question that always is there when there are such presentations is that, are there warm bodies that you can vouch that these small companies have been trained in X and Y and whatever, other than the numbers that we get? Because from where we sit, when we ask the list, now it's easy now. You tell us about Poppy Act. No, we're not supposed to. And it can't be. The Act says avail the Constitution. As members of Parliament and or legislators, there is no information that can be hidden against us, because it is part of our role as we are overseeing departments and or premier or president. So this question of, no, we can't give you the list, that's hiding, don't want to come up with the truth. So I always ask, tell us, where are these women? For instance, was it Joes? Yeah, Joes is not the city, it's not Ekurhuleni, which says there are 83 point something, we're doing well. Where are those women where you're doing well? Youth, it is worse with youth.
Sorry, remember, we don't clap hands when we ask questions.
It is worse with the youth. In Gauteng, Stats SA talks about the youth somewhere there was 60-something. And level of unemployment is very high. And we always say we are seated on the time bomb from My previous life is a former unionist. We used to say that if government is not taking care of its people, more so the youth, then we're in a powder keg, which can blow any time. 1%. Why? In relation to this empowerment, the training, where is the training? Because in terms of the principles that are enshrined in the Constitution, it's a question of redress, meaning you opening up and put those people that were disadvantaged. I don't want to say formally, because even now, we're still disadvantaged. So, hence, the redress part of it. The question of access. If I can ask here, who is benefiting in this? It will be zero. And when they go out, they'll say, why did they call us? From here, where to? Where do we start? And how do we start? Because it's not that they don't want to be there. They want to be there. But the doors are closed. So, you will say, when now we are implementers, you don't fall into this. But the question is, you see, the Boers, they used to say, as officials, they will say, we are serving the government of the day. We're implementing their policies. So the question is, you are giving them the designated groups and okay, no, let me pause.
I'm sorry to do this to you. I thought you just wanted to make a passing remark, very short, while we were waiting for Councillor Maluleka. We are not yet at question section. I just thought we should not just sit. But then I'm going to not oppress you, but suppress you, honorable members, and allow Councillor Maluleka to make presentation, and then we are going to have a questions and answer session and comments and other things after the presentations. Member, Honorable Councillor.
No, thanks, Chair. Like you said, my name is Councillor Aaron Maluleka. I'm from the city of Tshwane, but representing Salga. The person expected to present was Councillor Dino from Ekurhuleni, is our deputy chair in Salga. Therefore, he had other engagements and requested that I represent him because I represent also another working group on economic development at Salga. Therefore, our role is to coordinate and lobby on behalf of municipalities here in Gauteng. Therefore, we appreciate the invitation, Chair, to have an engagement with our stakeholders around this important matter. And since I arrived, I listened to the presentations that were received before me that were very interesting in terms of the work of different supply chain management in different municipalities, Joburg and Ekurhuleni, which are the two metros amongst the other Tshwane metro municipality, which are big spenders. If you were to look at what is in their budgets, therefore, most people would therefore think that opportunities are there, and they should seize these opportunities. And I think you asked a very important question. How do we make sure that our communities access these opportunities? And I think we need to explicitly explain how you can engage municipalities because there are prerequisites required for one to engage a municipality. You can engage if you are not tax registered, you are not on CIDB, and many other qualification criteria that would be asked by different municipalities. Therefore, it's important that you are taken through that process. But the advantage, Chair, is that if you are a woman, you stand a better chance. And if you are youth, you are a woman, you are youth, you're doubling your chances. Because historically we face challenges, women face triple challenges. And every legislation that we want to have must address our historical encounters that we faced as a country. And this challenge that you were talking about now of triple PFA and triple BEE that are challenged by other stakeholders, we need as lawmakers to go back and in Parliament and assist on the weaknesses that were raised by Constitutional Court, because I think the Constitutional Court was very clear on what are the weaknesses and the things that needs to be done, and the exemption that was given on the things that we need to do between now and February next year. Then what we need to do as lawmakers, we need to go lobby, put in comments and act a law that would cater the vulnerable groups, because if we don't do that, Chairperson, we are going to fail many communities, because you can compete with these big companies on supply, on other elements and components of goods and services. You cannot compete them. Then let me just go through my presentation, Chair, quickly. Many of the things were explained. I tried to explain what is the role of SALGA. Therefore, there's a section in the Constitution, Section 152, that explains the role of local government. Subsection B, that is to ensure that there's provision of services to communities in a sustainable manner, and subsection C, to promote social and economic development. Therefore, LED is in our purview as local municipalities. Therefore, we need to make sure that most of these challenges that people are facing on day-to-day at local government, we address them. Therefore, furthermore, the white paper on local government defines developmental local government as our commitment to working with citizens and groups within the community to find sustainable ways to meet their social, economic, and material needs, and to improve the quality of their lives. I'm trying just to follow, but I think our slides are a little bit slow, because I just wanted to go a little bit faster so that we can get all presentations and have engagements, Chair. If I'm a little bit slow, I can be assisted there, and I can just work on the laptop here so that we run through slides and we do not waste time, Chair. I think legislation, many people will understand what the provisions that are in local government. As I explained what the local government white paper said in terms of making sure that we are structured in our work. Therefore, the local government is crucial in providing supportive and facilitative regulatory and policy environment for informal trade. Informal trade is regulated through bylaws and municipal policies. Business Act of 1991 gives power to municipalities. Then what is important, Chair, is that every municipality must look into its policies, that they address issues of set-asides. But I think all of us, we agree that the national legislation has impeded on some of the things that the local government might have aspired to do. We need to make sure that our communities are empowered, and we need to make sure that policies that we pass speaks to empowerment of communities in different parts of the country, and especially here in Gauteng. We should also agree that, yes, my apologies. Everything was working perfectly before we could start, but we are now stuck. No. Let's move to slide 4. Another slide, the next one. Then we have we also looked at the South African economy heavily is concentrated within few monopolies. I think it was just explained that big companies, if you looked at the example of 2010, building of stadiums, big companies collaborated on manipulation of prices, and they continue to do that in the practice. Therefore, if you want to be a player, you are at the lowest ebb, it will be very difficult for you to participate there. This practice is pervasive in other sectors too, where big companies even go to an extent of engaging in ethical practices such as colluding. There's cases once more highlighting the inability of the free market to self-control and the market failures that continues to reinforce the chronic inequalities bedeviled the country. It thus critical for municipalities to take deliberate steps to support smaller job-creating enterprises through various medium, including target procurement. Then one of the other important things, Chair, that we talk about is that all municipalities, we encourage that they must create one-stop shops so that when you enter in a municipality, you know that when you get into this office, they will explain everything that is required, from taxation to compliance of rates and taxes if you are supposed to pay, and many other legislation that are required. All our municipalities must make sure that in every region, because I know Joburg, you've got a number of regions, in Ekurhuleni, every part of our municipality, we need to get to where people are getting assistance so that they don't come today using money, 100 rands in taxi, fares. Tomorrow you are returned because of there's no compliance on this paper, proof of res, you are returned tomorrow, they need a stamped document from a police station, tomorrow you are returned, you don't have that money. Therefore, the focus should be creating one-stop shops so that our people can get that assistance. Can we move to the next slide? Therefore, the procurement process relies on supply chain process to effect vulnerable groups such as youth, women, and people living with disabilities, mainstream measures to realize the mandate. The Constitutional Directive for Gender and Youth and People Living with Disabilities Equality and national policies require that all spheres of government, state-owned enterprises, and municipal entities conform through preferential procurement in sourcing of goods and services. Procurement for municipalities in turn takes a significance because of in fulfilling their constitutional mandate. The municipalities will also impact local economic development and firms operating within municipalities jurisdiction. Next slide. We therefore further say that the current procurement regime favors more established and formal businesses. There is a need for a more conscious effort to use procurement as a lever to reconstruct the local economy through targeted and preferential procurement. The aim should be the creation of a decentralized new economy of smaller, locally embedded job-creating enterprises. We are trying in the next slide to explain and show spending around the country, because I think everybody that wants to be in business, you need to know where are the areas where there are opportunities. Because if you are running a business, you can't just go where there's no money. You need to go to areas where you know that the national government, this is what they're spending, and you can start to prepare yourselves. Activities, commodities that you want to have in your company, they should speak to what is currently spent nationally in our governments. This is the spending of 1920 financial year. We can move down to the next slide. Then you can look at the budget overview for 2021 financial year, and you can start to plug yourself in terms of where you want to go. Because I think it's easy for people who would want to start businesses that they think are easy to run, but you might find that there's no money in that space. Already it's saturated, that space. Therefore, you need to go to a space where you're going to be able to survive. And these are the areas illustrated at where you can look at opportunities. Can go to next slide. That we are saying benefits of local procurement significantly reduces import dependency while building resilience to fluctuations in the global economy, results in the development of infrastructure that supports local production and consumption. Sustainable local long-term employment, especially in rural areas, enhanced social capital, and greater local multiplier effect as a consequence of the local circulation of money. Then if you are spending, and we've created employment for small businesses, obviously you are going to create jobs for others. And we are going to circulate the rent in your community. Therefore, it means that there will be not necessarily only, we're not going to create consumers only, but we're going to create multiplier opportunities. That comes with empowering local people. That's one thing that we're encouraging. Therefore, the policy context, SA Public Procurement Policy Framework, premised on equity, transparency, fairness. I think we explained that, and what the Constitution explains in Section 217, subsection 1, provides that when contracting for goods and services, organs of states in nationally, provincial, or local spheres or institutions must do in accordance with the systems which is fair, equitable, transparent, and competitive, and cost-effective. That's one thing that we want to explain. The two acts, Triple PFA and the broad-based black economic empowerment, which were challenged, which needs to be enhanced, because we can't throw our hands in the air and bury our heads in the sand. One thing that we need to do is to make sure that our communities as lawmakers, we change so that we can accommodate you. Next slide. We therefore says these are the following legislative frameworks that we need to look at. GOD framework for local government, National Youth Policy for 2020 to 2030, gender empowerment and women empowerment. We're also looking at the National Development Plan. We're looking at the National Strategic Plan for GBV. We're looking for Employment Equity Act. Next slide. We are saying these are the challenges that we are able to bring to this roundtable, that the current procurement regime still favors big companies or more established companies. The procurement framework, despite its noble intent, has not been able to address structural market failures. That is monopolies and the economic concentration, all of which has sidelined smaller players. Centralization of procurement policy framework means that municipalities have little leeway of tailor design their supply chain policies in order to meet their respective socio-economic development priorities. Therefore, SALGA, as we continue to lobby, will go to central government to lobby that laws that are passed there, they are enabling a local government to take decisions that will be favorable to our locals. In some cases, local suppliers lack the know-how in terms of preparing and packaging bids, cost, and I think Joe Beck was explaining that on quarterly basis, they have sessions. Therefore, let's attend those sessions. Let's not undermine that it's a session where we're not going to get jobs, but it should be sessions that are empowering. Therefore, we need to attend such sessions. Small enterprises, in some cases, reach a ceiling due to high barriers in entry in some sectors. Therefore, furthermore, on the challenges, we are saying there's a lack of proper skills, knowledge, and capacity to manage procurement process, non-compliance with policy and regulation that relates to supply chain management, inadequate planning and linking of demand to budgets, accountability, fraud, and corruption, inadequate monitoring, evaluation of procurement process. We are saying to our communities, when councils meet, they receive reports. There are reports, Section 71 and 72 reports from finance departments. And supply chain, you report through MFMA. Therefore, those reports also explain quarterly spending of your divisions. Therefore, communities need to look at what you are doing and how you are empowering them so that you can't be blamed because this report must go to council. Therefore, we are encouraging our municipalities to look at supply chain division on what they are doing, commitments that we do through electioneering, because we go to communities and say you are going to get jobs, we're going to create opportunities for small enterprises, but there are reports that legislation insists that we need to take to council. Therefore, these reports must also show costs in terms of our commitment to the work that we are doing. There's unethical behavior, ineffectiveness of policies. These are some of the serious challenges that we have realized. So we are supporting municipalities. Therefore, SALGA has hosted a symposium on employing local procurement as a lever to ignite local economic development, which took place last year around March. Amongst others, the symposium was aimed at shining a spotlight on the systematic factor impeding local procurement, not only in municipalities, but in government, in other spheres of government. More importantly, the symposium was aimed at devising solutions on the ideal policy response that would assist to further enhance local government. Therefore, we also explained that we support municipalities that in January 2022, SALGA provided a training for gender-based planning and budgeting to municipalities, and target audience was MMCs for finance, supply chain officials, and IDP managers. The training also will be in October 2022. An integrated tool has been developed by SALGA to provide checklists for councillors to ask relevant questions in council around issues of mainstreaming and empowerment of vulnerable groups. Therefore, these reports, when they go to council, we are agitating that councillors must ask questions. How many women have you empowered? How many youth have you empowered? How many people living with disabilities have benefited, and what has been the spend in this quarter? Therefore, our councillors receive continuous training around these issues. Therefore, furthermore, we can move to the next slide. Our recommendations emanating from the symposium were the following: that local procurement strategy has to be based on the local economic development strategy. Deliberate incubation is necessary to achieve the optimal results. Agent needs to develop local supply chains, establish a route to market framework for SMMEs, manufactured products, service localization to allow development of skills, curate supply chain policies to support local procurement. Therefore, this is part of the example that I spoke about last year, that if you are having this 300 rands, this is how it can be spent in a salon. You can go to a local butcher, buy, and you can go to a local bakery, you can buy whatever. Therefore, the rent is going to circulate because there are people that are employed by these local small businesses. Therefore, we need to continuously support small businesses. And that's it, Chair. Thank you.
You can do better than that. Thank you very much. I'm made aware that City of Tshwane has still not arrived, and Women in Tourism, they are also not here. Can we have the Hlanganisa Institute for Development? Then we have the Banking Association of South Africa. After the Hlanganisa, and then it will be all of, is Fedusa here? It's also not yet here. Okay. Let's have Hlanganisa Institute for Development and the Banking Association of South Africa. Is this Hlanganisa?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think Salga, please also note that City of Tshwane has snapped us on this. It's where you are representing the people, also Councillor Malulek. They are always snubbing the portfolio committee, and there are challenges in that municipality. Over to you. May please introduce yourself? I didn't get your name.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members, for the opportunity just to talk about some of the challenges that women at community level are facing, particularly around preferential procurement. Just to introduce the organization that I represent, Hlanganisa Institute for Development in Southern Africa. We are a civil society organization whose work is around grant making and capacity building of community-based organizations and other community structures. And the organizations that we work with are mostly women-led community-based organizations. So that's the perspective at which, from which I'm going to be talking about some of the challenges. And also just to foreground that the approach that we are going to be looking at these challenges is looking at women's economic empowerment as a means to address gender-based violence in our communities. We know that we have, I'm going to move to the third slide, sorry. We know that, sorry, the slide just before that. We know that there is a very high rate of gender-based violence in our communities, and women are mostly affected, and particularly young women, because of their economic positions in the communities in which they are. We know that some of the drivers of gender-based violence, in addition to poverty, is access to resources. We know that it's around women's empowerment. We know that there's issues.
Apologies, those who are recording you says you just introduced your organization, but you didn't introduce yourself. Can you please do so?
I apologize, Chair. So my name is Chiedza Chaguta. I am the programs manager at Hlanganisa Institute for Development. I apologize. I just dived straight into what I was talking about, because there's a lot of interesting discussions that have already gone up and gone out from the colleagues who presented before me, and I think there's just so much that I'm trying to say within a very short period of time, so I really do apologize. Just to continue the issue of around the drivers of gender-based violence that I had started to talk about, we know that HIV and AIDS is still a challenge within the country in the communities in which we work. We know that there's issues around alcohol and drug abuse that are a major driver of gender-based violence. We know that there are gaps in the implementation of the provisions of that we have through the legal justice system. We have cultural norms and values that also continue to be a challenge that cause women to be vulnerable to gender-based violence. And so if we think about preferential procurement from the angle of socio-economic empowerment, and the Honorable Councillor from Salga was talking about the role of local government in improving the socio-economic status within the communities or the municipalities in which they are based. I think there is a strong case that we can make around using socio-economic status of women as a motivation for preferential procurement. So we also know that economic opportunities are very limited to non-existent for women. So it's very interesting when we hear municipalities talk about sort of the budget ceiling for procurement for certain services, and they talk about 20 million, 30 million, 15 million. We know that in many households, there is very few women who've even had access to income that is more than 5,000 Rand for the whole household. And how do we expect women to compete on a field where there are figures like 31 million that we are talking about? How do we get them to a situation or to capacity levels where they are able to manage or to run contribute to their economy at that scale? So for us, we are saying that preferential procurement in that regard is a game changer for women. The next slide, please. So I'm just going to talk for 1 minute about our approach as Hlanganisa around women's socioeconomic empowerment. So as I said, we work through community-based organizations. So our approach is really using a community development model, which is very much linked to the local economic development model that the councillor was talking about previously. And we look at gender-based violence not just as a crime, but as a socio-economic issue, because what causes gender-based violence levels to perpetuate in our communities is, as I said, very much around socioeconomic status of women. We prioritize evidence-based interventions and support, and we try and look at it from an intersectional perspective, and therefore I've put there in brackets the mainstreaming of disability, but we can look at a number of different intersections at which women find themselves standing. So economic is one of them, but having a disability is another. We can think of many other intersections. We can look at level of education. We can look at access to various opportunities as, impounding that vulnerability to gender-based violence. We also see community-based organizations, community-based structures. We see small businesses in communities as agents for change, but also as employers. So we are not just looking at business in terms of what businesses contribute economically, but the social good that businesses have the potential to contribute to at the local level. We prioritize women-led institutions in terms of the staff that are employed in the organizations that we support, but in terms of the governance structure as well, are the board members women, and because we have capacity building opportunities, we know that we are also cascading skills to the women that are working in those institutions. We prioritize procurement of local services in events, but just in terms of other services that are required by the community-based organizations in which we support. And I think the most important thing for me to mention in terms of our approach as Hlanganisa is we understand the issue of risk that has been raised around procurement. And so for us, we support relatively unknown or more risky entities because we understand the capacity issues that they have. In many situations, they would be considered non-compliant. But how else are non-compliant organizations or business going to become compliant if we don't take the risk to invest in them? So, I'll talk more around the recommendations as I move. So research tells us that, women are most financially vulnerable, but they still have less opportunities available to them. I've talked about the issue of intersectionality, that women find themselves at the crossroads of many things. So they themselves might be survivors of gender-based violence. They could have not been able to complete the education that they are required to in terms of doing things like IT, engineering, as the colleague was mentioning in a few presentations before now. So there's a number of opportunities that women are not, do not qualify to have access to, and those are just some of the margins. We also know that we have a number of women-headed households. Stats SA puts it at 42%, so 42% of households in South Africa are women-headed, and 47% of households in rural areas are headed by women. I'd put in there an intersection around disability, but I know that we have colleagues from the National Council for Physical Disabilities who are going to elaborate on the issue of disability. But just to emphasize that there's a lot of barriers that women have to navigate for them to be meaningful economic players, particularly around issues of procurement. We also know for a fact that communities develop faster when women are empowered, because women generally tend to have a higher multiplier effect. If I was to refer to the previous presentation, that there's a higher multiplication effect in terms of their investment in the community, not just economically, but in terms of socially. More women, more people in that community would tend to benefit when a woman has higher income. We also know that women contribute to social good that is proportionate to their income. They reinvest in their communities, as I've said, but the higher income they have access to, the more social good we are bound to see at local level. We also know that better economic outcomes in female-headed households also directly translate to betterment of the children and extended family linked to that income, and that's just elaboration of the point that I've been making. So I've just said a few challenges. I think we've already had a number of challenges around procurement. One of the issue I think that the honorable member mentioned a few minutes ago is around accessibility. Information, when there's a request for quotations or expression of interest, is not readily available. First of all, we can talk about accessibility from a language perspective. We can talk about where this information is located. It might be at a central point in the community, but is it accessible to everyone in that community? Is it disability friendly? I know that a lot of people, when we talk about disability, we always associate it with a wheelchair, but if we consider the number of disabilities that do not have access to that information. So if a woman is deaf, if a woman is blind and has not had the opportunity to actually study Braille, because even Braille itself is an elite, it's not accessible to everyone. So how do we make information readily accessible and available to the target groups that we want to reach? We also know that there's very low skill levels, and it was good to hear that some of the initiatives that the city of Joburg is implementing to try and upskill women and other target groups within that region. So the fact that, you know, there's low skills, a low level of skills in many of the women that would want to participate in preferential procurement makes corruption inevitable. And I'm not sure who presented and was talking about you know, the fact that when we are looking at women, you already have, you are graded higher in terms of your favorability to get a contract. If you're a young woman, you are even more favorable. But that would also apply to corruption. So if I do not qualify, it means that I have a softer target despite the low level of skills. So there's no transfer of skills happening. There's also a lot of stereotypes around women's business acumen, and I think a lot of it is stereotypes. I think it's just a lack of access to opportunities. Women only usually have short-term opportunities and have generally been more focused on survivalist sort of economic activities. So the profit margins are narrow, and we want to try and see how we can get women to get to a place where there's a higher profit margin. And in terms of parity, I think it's a numbers game, and we need to try and get the percentages that we are seeing in previous presentations up. And just on the last slide, I've just put forward a number of recommendations that we could possibly consider. We need women to be an integral part of the economy. We need to allow women to lead, and women can lead by telling us what it is that they need and not imposing what we think women need in the communities in which we are working. We need to include women in planning processes, and it's not just by inviting women to a meeting like this, but how do we ensure that women are meaningfully participating by being part of some of the planning processes? So when we are putting out a tender, when we have community level consultations, what time are those consultation meetings happening? Is it happening at 6 p.m.? Because if I have 3 young children, it's most likely that I'm not going to be able to make that meeting, even though I really want to be a part of this process. If it happens on a Friday evening at 8 p.m., we know that a lot of our communities are not safe. I'm most likely not going to go, despite how well I want to participate in that process. So how do we meaningfully include women in the planning processes? We need to create, I've already talked about accessibility of information, but we also need to think about creative ways of making information available, And community media is one of the most powerful platforms that we can use to circulate some of this information around advertising tenders. How do you qualify? How do you register on CDS? How do you make sure that your company is always up to date in terms of your tax returns, CIPC, and so forth? In addition to having things like one-stop centers, because it's not everyone who's going to be able to go to that one-stop center. We need to look at cross-sectoral partnerships with a focus on skills development, and I think we really need to invest more in terms of skills development for us to be able to get those percentages around certain target groups being seen as service providers. I'm not going to belabor the point of accessibility, but let's leverage on existing community structures for a wider reach. We have a local level community players, we have churches, we have CBOs, we have youth organizations, we have victim empowerment centers that are able to reach our communities or individuals in our communities much more than, you know, we can do from, say, a council level. We know COVID was one of the experiences that showed us that there are local players that know. Sorry, I'm just 1 minute, Honorable Chair. I'm almost done. I'm going to be on my last point now. We know that there are institutions and structures that know where a person with a disability is in the community, where the GOGO is in the community, where there's young women who don't have access to opportunities. And so if we work with structures like that, we are bound to reach the people, the target groups that we are looking for. We need to document experiences around, okay, what is it that has worked, that's not working, and try and learn from those lessons. Let's prioritize childcare in our communities, because those are some of the things that prevent women from participating in procurement processes. And lastly, just to say that we also just need to look at the size of the contracts that we are issuing, because it's not the target groups that we are looking to are most likely not going to be able to deliver because they've not had access to those kind of resources. Thank you so much, Honorable
Thank
Chair.
you very much, May. Can we now have BASA, the Banking Association of South Africa? I did not get your name. Say, please introduce yourself. Oh, you want? Can we please stand up for a second and throw our hands in the air?
So how can I just ask a question? To take it down, I just simply go up and down.
Up and down.
And is this already on the screen for everyone to see?
We are learning that the more we sit down, the more our blood clot, and the more dangerous it becomes for our health. That's why we collapse from time to time. Are you ready?
Almost, Chair, I think.
Almost. Okay, can you clap your hands? Clap them again. It helps with blood flow. Don't undermine it. So you must clap them harder. Thank you very much. Let's sit down. Basa, you have 7 minutes. We must at least be out of here by 1:15 for lunch and come back.
That's fine, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Honourable Chair, Portfolio Committee members, and the esteemed audience. My name is Pierre Fenter. I work within the Market Conduct Division of the Banking Association. We have just, firstly, let me apologize and say that our senior specialist who focuses specifically on human settlements is Shireen Moloto, who unfortunately is away at the moment on study leave, so you'll have to bear with me this afternoon, Chair. We have restricted our presentation purely to exploring the area of the procurement of goods and services at women-owned companies. I talk from a bank perspective. This is what the banking sector does in terms of its procurement, and I'll go into that just now why I'm restricting the presentation. So, who are we? We're the trade association for all registered banks in South Africa. We have 36 members. What do we strive to do? We strive to forge collaborative partnerships with relevant stakeholders. Within Banking Association, we have 3 specific committees that focus on human settlements. The first is affordable housing, the second is property finance, and the third is our assessors. And this is where our members actually participate at Banking Association on a committee basis on collaborative matters. Outside of that, within BASA, we actually have a dedicated financial inclusion division. But let me start with some good news for the audience. I think, firstly, to say that the majority of residential properties in South Africa are actually owned by females. This is information that comes from Lighthouse Property Solutions, which is a specialist data company that evaluates transfers through the deeds registry and what stock is owned by whom. And there you will see that 57% of all residential properties are owned by women. It's just under 3.9 trillion rand, and by way of value, 54%, 3.4 trillion. If we look, though, at the 2 bottom graphs, the first one on the left, what you will see is that increasingly over the last 5 years, that the number of properties that are actually being bought by women-only buyers has actually increased from 22 to 24%. And I think if you look at the right-hand graph, what you will see is that women comprise of 62% of all first-time home buyers in South Africa. Now, this in turn will obviously impact over time on the top right-hand graph, which will actually show that women will actually deepen their penetration into residential property in South Africa over the years. So I think this is a good news slide from our perspective. I think there would have been a lot of value this morning for the committee had you invited the Property Sector Charter Council to present to yourselves, as well as the Property Practitioners Regulatory Council Authority. These are 2 key stakeholders in the procurement area as far as housing is concerned in South Africa. If we look at the banking sector, what we do is we provide development finance loans to developers, and we provide end-user finance to individuals or households. And the pictures I'm going to show you just now is in relation to that. I think for us, the most important piece of legislation that we have that drives transformation within the financial sector is our Financial Sector Code, which has been around since 2004. And within it, there are 2 key elements that are salient for this afternoon's presentation. The first is to talk around procurement enterprise, and the second is supplier development scorecards that are actually set for banks. The criteria for deriving a score, we use the BEE procurement spend as how we actually set this up. And in respect of women, you have to have at least 30% black woman ownership in order to qualify. Every 3 years, targets are reset with the Financial Sector Council in collaboration with the Department of Trade and Industry and Competition. For the first 3 years, it was 9%, and from year 3 onwards, it's gone up to 10. So I think if you're really wanting to understand, because there's about 7 distinct pillars within the transformation drive within the financial sector code. I would urge members to actually get on our website, and there it will actually cover those key pillars and what has actually been achieved. There is a report that sits there that actually talks to 2020, which is the latest report approved by the Financial Sector Charter Council, which details all that information. I think if I look specifically at procurement spend, it has been a nice growth area in respect of black women for the banking sector, where we, in the last, between 2019 and 2020, we had growth of 33% in that area. These are the targets that we actually set for ourselves under BEE, and there you will see the breakdown of the various areas of focus. And on a good news basis, the banks have their procurement spend in all segments of the targets, except for 51% black-owned is actually ahead of target. If you look at the breakdown of that, you can actually see the little boxes, the little lines that go across in each of those areas is the actual target that was set for the banking sector as a percentage of the after-tax profits. And in all areas except for 51% black-owned, you will see that the banking sector is actually ahead of those targets. And then from today's focus perspective, if you look at black-owned women, you can actually see that in the region of 18 billion rand was actually put into procurement spend by the banks in respect of black women-owned businesses. If we start, this is just the targets that were actually set. This is a further breakdown of which designates the targets over the past 4 years that were set for the banking sector and what their actual achievements, what their target is, and you've seen the achievements in the previous slide. I think from a supplier development contribution perspective, you will note that in 2020, just over 1.2 billion rand was actually spent on supplier development to actually promote SMEs within that actually provide services into the banking sector. Before I get on to the good news, listening to today's conversation, I thought I would just add to that and just say to everyone that if you look at the financial sector code, specifically in respect of housing and our target market, which is lower household income families. Over the last 17 years, the banking sector has financed 245 billion rands worth of housing, and 3.8 million families have benefited from that. If we look at the SME area, and you saw it on the slide there just now, approximately 18.5 billion rand was achieved in 2020. I think in terms of consumer education, which I think is a vital component, which the chair highlighted earlier this morning, the banks actually spend just in respect of consumer education of about 172 million rand a year. And I think those are some of the, I think the other thing that's to just highlight the importance of housing or human settlements from a bank perspective, in respect of the financial sector code, approximately 25 billion rand is spent every year, and loans go out to about 123,000 families. So that's the focus on what the banks are doing in terms of procurement and supply, and more specifically in respect of women. But I just want to highlight to everybody, I think this is really good news. I think if we go back in the history of South Africa, our Johannesburg Stock Exchange created what they call a sustainability sector on the stock exchange back in 2017. And its initial focus was around green finance, so you had green bonds, but they've now broadened that to include transition bonds, where as a country, as we transition to being a low carbon economy, you'd be able to list in the bond market there. They have introduced social bonds, and we've seen a couple of those social bonds introduced over the last 2 or 3 years, and some of you may well be aware of some of their housing initiatives in the inner cities, where there are actually social bonds that actually have been listed by the likes of a Tuft. And then I think what for me is now really important, for the very first time in South Africa, under the social lens within the sustainability sector of the stock exchange, last month saw the first bond issuance in respect of gender-based bonds. And this was arranged by Rand Merchant Bank. The company concerned is Barlow World, and it was just over a trillion. It's 1.14 billion rands worth of bond issuance. And I think what we can expect as we go forward, now that this has actually been put into the market, is further bonds, gender-based bonds, being actually introduced into the sustainability sector. So I think there has been general progress all around, and I'll try to highlight that in this presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think we are going somewhere with our transformation agenda. Ra leboga rra, thank you very much. According to time, we must be going out for lunch because they are closing at 2. Are we agreeing that we'll come back and engage further? Is it okay to say to you we must be seated at 10 to 2? Is it fine? What do we do to you when you are not here at 10 to 2? I can't spank you, we'll fine you. So there'll be a 10 rand fine when you come after 10 to 2. And you'll see how we are going to use that money. Okay? Thank you very much. Let's go out for lunch. Where is lunch, team? Just announce where you are. You walk slow. Do we turn left or go straight? We turn left and then you'll find us at the lunch because you are...
One
end. Because Ranta Wile, you can no longer afford to pay for aftercare, nannies and many other things. Whereas departments are not paying us on time as people who are providing services to government. So we are going to open for stakeholders to make their inputs. I don't know if honorable members have anything to say before that, just as an icebreaker. Who's going to take over from the CFO of COGTA? Tafita? When I say who, I know the person is in the house. I know the person is in the house and he is a director of supply chain, but I don't know the name. Ntate Toto. Oh, that's why Sipo. Sipo is very naughty. No, Mara, that's not teaching me because now you are transferring his name and it's not correct. It's not acceptable. Ntates Bonga. Konto. Sorry for butchering it, I will learn. Mpo is also still here, and then City of Joburg also is still here. So Honorable Ledwaba is requesting to leave early. He will decide what is his earliest. City of Ekurhuleni wants to leave. Oh, Cho. Oh, should I pronounce it? Oh, Cho. Zbonga. Oh, it's an easier surname, but that CH is pronounced somehow. The City of Ekurhuleni wants to leave first, so I'm going to allow those who want to ask questions or make comments. By the way, it's more than making inputs than asking questions and they answer you. It's just to make an input on what should improve, what has been your experiences, what you think government should start doing. Also raising it, bearing in mind that there are changes that are to happen in the next coming 7 months or so on the legislation itself. So we are going to hand over. I don't know if honorable members, there's any of you who wants to speak. Do we have a roving mic? Okay. Any of you wants to speak or ask questions? Can I start with you or you want me to start with the people? Okay. Honorable Malema, Honorable Ngube, Honorable Ledwaba, Honorable Tong. Actually, I was supposed to be Malema, Ledwaba, Tong, and Ngube because that was the round that I stopped speaking earlier. But in that order, then Honorable Shnima.
Honorable Chair, once more, thank you very much for the opportunity. Allow me to basically start by welcoming all the presentations that were made from all angles. We really appreciate that. We have learned some of the things that we didn't know. And I've noticed that all of those presentations have succinctly touched on the most salient points in relation to the empowerment of designated groups. Maybe the first one should be directed to, I think you have made very important statement, DH from COE, in relation to, I think, Regulation 4 and Regulation 9. I need to check as to how do we apply those, in a sense that I wanted to check as to in the application of Regulation 4, does it become a by the way, if you want to apply it, you can or you may not apply it, and choose to then rely on Regulation 9 in terms of enforcing subcontracting? I just need to check as to whether you are obliged that you must comply with Regulation 4, or you may decide not to comply with it, but knowing that with the intention that subsequently you would want to activate the provisions, or rather the dictates of Regulation 9. And then on the issue of monitoring of the implementation of the provisions of that Regulation 4 by, on the main contractors, do you have service level agreement? Do you enter into service level agreements with the main contractors outlining or trying to regulate the relationship, what should then become a working relationship between them and the subcontracting companies, especially those that are representing the designated groups? So I need to check around that as well, that what is the take. And the other thing, I don't know if maybe just to test my understanding, I don't know if I will be correct in this, that you're saying the judgment that was passed in that case of, is it Afri-Business or Afri-Forum, or a surrogate of Afri-Forum, is not necessarily a problem, because in its current form and content, the very same Regulation 4 does not seek to assist you as metros to achieve the desired results when it comes to designated groups, because of the quotas that are there, 90-10, 80-20. And you are saying, even if we did not have, that judgment against, but the very same regulations was not properly structured, because by implication it was not assisting us to, as part of a transformational process, assisting us to achieve what you would have wanted to achieve by virtue of us having that. And then COGTA, well, generally, I think COGTA and metros, there's a poor performance when it comes to the empowerment of those targeted, designated groups. Your youth, your women, people living with disability, West, the military veterans, poor performance there. There seem not to be a will to assist, or it doesn't come out clear, except for the nearest possible excuse that is premised on the recent judgment in that case of Afri-Business. It doesn't appear to be something that is being taken very serious by yourselves, COGTA, because I've noted that after presenting that these are the challenges in terms of figures, you are not even coming up with contingency measures like the 2 metros, because they are saying, here is the process plan, we're putting the mechanism in place in order for us to assist these people, like they will be conducting workshops, trainings, and I think City of Johannesburg, I think, has spoken about a help desk for those SMMEs that are not in compliance or are struggling to comply with the requirements. So I don't know if maybe it was just a material omission, honest omission on your side, that you did not take us through the mechanism or the process plans in place as part of the contingency measures that will assist you, that going forward you'll be able to improve your performance when it comes to the empowerment of those targeted groups. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Just a continuation of what I was raising. The one-stop shops there was a name of these institutions where there will, different governments and the municipality will leave the information there. I've just forgotten what the province used to call it. However, there were other departments that would not bring any information there. And people knew that if I wanted information on social development, I would get it there. In Joburg, in Fonville, there is that building there. I'm not sure whether it's still working now. It's a very big building, which also those that are visiting or town or staying around, we just, or maybe we are in town, just get there, you get the information in terms of what the Office of the Premier and other departments and all municipalities were doing. So when you say, I think it's one municipality that said that in each region there are those one-stop shop. And the question is, I've just been deployed in Zone 4, so and I'm told there's a region, but I don't know region what. If then one can get that region and then go and check there whether that, what you're saying, that the information is being brought there, so that one would advise the communities to say, if you want information on ABCT, you get it there, but I won't advise them when I haven't gone there in terms of seeing whether what is being reported or whether this is being practiced in terms of availing the information, because the information is power. But the other thing is the importance of the training and mentoring. They might be here, they have not started in any business because they don't know where to start. When I remember previously, the Department of Economic Development, for instance, would come to an area and come with all the units, CETA, the water, SARS, all those things, and advise those that street vendors that go there. In that table, there is APCT, go and register there, go in that table, get what. So in terms of and then empowering the community, that you can do your magwinyas, your archer, and all those things, but for you to grow and sometimes get support from government, this is what you need to do. That information, people must know about it so that money does not go back to treasury and money goes to the intended beneficiaries. So those workshops then shouldn't be, there must be value for money for the workshops that are being done, so that it's not a ticking box that in your APP, in the MMC's APP or MSC's APP, there was the workshop or empowering, and then you find that, no, they say there was a 2-day workshop, and think that those people have had anything. It was today. You might not, whatever has been said by 7 people here, so it's not a training. It's just the startup of what is happening, what are the challenges. So in order for us to have diagnosed the problem, even ourselves, you of us diagnose the problem, but then how then do you go forward? How do you go forward? How do you ensure that people don't sleep without putting food on the table? Whilst others can do many things here, but they don't know what. If I start, one is on Tengela, how do I? So that thing, or those that are doing something, they're farming, they do what, find that their products are getting rotten, and from your side, you to say, no, we can negotiate with Mospa or whatever shops so that they supply on regularly those shops, so that that money regulates them. I think what you are saying, I've long been hearing this from those young men and women that got opportunity to be part of product of the triple BE or affirmative action and all those things. They've been raising these things. So now the chicken are coming home to roost to say, you lawmakers, we've been raising these things. When I was still 20 years back or 18 years back, when I was still a leader of COSATU and go to these meetings, they would raise the same thing, that change this thing, the scoring, the what. That's why only 2 people benefits and there are no new people that go up. When there's a tender, it's known it's going to be taken by somebody, this one. Another tender, no, it's going to be taken, that one. There are no new people that are coming in because it's so difficult for them to come in because no, you must be at level what, must be at level what, must be at level what. Then what people do, then they stop the projects. Then they fight amongst each other, they kill each other. But the ball should be back to us to say, guys, before 2024 comes for the new administration, because everything, if it is a legislation that is not passed before we vote, everything lapses and we start afresh. And then my question would be, with the, is it April next year? This opening, is it April next year? Okay, so I think what SALGA and ourselves need to advise, raise this matter with our delegates to the National Council of Provinces to say there has to be this amendment because things may change and all this will be thrown into a dustbin and go back to what we're experiencing before the breakthrough of 94. So I think it's clear that lawmakers must deal with that. So the support programs for youth, one municipality tells us that, 1%, could not be proud of saying 1% of youth at the number, high number that they are in Gauteng. People with disabilities, I always say, in their schools, they are taught how to do this, how to do this, how to do this. But then when they exit the school, you won't find them that these products that they were doing, there is somewhere where they are channeled to say, you can work here and then take our product and then we'll market it somewhere and then get bought. So every department and every municipality, now we don't get them. And they are organized in their different disability. The deaf, they have the organization, the blind, they have the organization, the highly physically disabled, they have the organization. But where we sit, we always get reports that there's no way we get them, or we get them, they don't have capacity, they don't have skills. So what must be done then to teach them? Because even if they're blind, they're able to utilize their hands. They've been taught in the lower classes where they were before they exited the system. So there's zero. There's a slogan that they have that nothing without us. Exactly, nothing about us without us. So everybody says, no, we can't get them. We can't get them. I only saw one in terms of physically here. And the question is, how far did the information of inviting them here go? There are many outside, many and lingering outside. So the question of the procurement, there's 83.14 procurement on women. And my question is to that municipality, because I didn't write to say which one, whether, COE or, So with this 83.14, what is the data procuring from women? Because in my previous life as a member of the finance committee, the former MEC will indicate that the buying local or township or procurement for women, it's 99.9% catering and nothing more than that. If there's one person in a construction, it's only 1 out of 99. It's only that person who always gets, that woman that always gets those big projects and money. So we need a change of, because you are implementers, even if it is an open tender, these principles before they're thrown out of the constitution, for those that will get 2/3 majority and do away with this thing because it's a barrier, then it needs to be dealt with the way you are explaining it. So these principles of redress, access, equity, transformation, and removing the barriers that were there before 94 or before 96, 98, employment equity and all those things, those barriers must be removed when principles of supply chain is being implemented. So let me just, military veterans, there's one municipality who said 2%, and I'm saying, wow, I wonder where are those military veterans? Because all of them are saying the government has forgotten about them. It can be a white person, can be an Indian person, can be an African one. You say, we're struggling. So, and then when we ask departments, no, we had advertised and talked to them. They couldn't take this project because there are no skills. So it will be a recurring thing to say there are no skills. So there must be then focused intervention in terms of skills development, targeting all these sectors. Thank you very much.
My question is at City of Johannesburg. On the adverts that you put, you tell people that they must not be in areas of, say, 90 days on the, they must not be on areas in 90 days on municipal accounts. So the question is, we all know that our people are struggling to pay rates and taxes, and then they live with parents, they don't own houses, some stay in informal settlements where they don't have municipal accounts. So in this instance, it is clear that they will not be considered as per requirements. So how do we solve such, especially to youth, because of they don't own anything? Thank you.
Yeah, you see, you'll have problems when you clap hands because we will not finish. And I allowed honorable members to speak long because that is the only opportunity they have to speak. They will not speak again. Honorable Schneeman.
Thanks, Chair. And thanks very much for the presentations. But there's a couple of concerns that I have. The one is in relation to the presentation from the City of Johannesburg, where they are saying that there are complaints that they take too long to pay. And the person that was presenting, I think, seemed to indicate that it's something that they're busy looking at. Now, I don't understand how long it must take for us to look at it. There are specific periods within which invoices must be paid. And we hear it from senior leadership in the country, ministers, etc. They're supposed to pay within 30 days or quicker. So maybe the City of Joburg must tell us, why are they not complying? What is the problem? Because that's one of the biggest complaints one picks up wherever you go. Even in the constituency that I work in Mohali City, you often hear this complaint from people, small businesses, trying to succeed, trying to get on their feet. But it just seems like officials within government just don't care. And I sometimes wonder what will happen on the day when those officials don't get their salaries on time. They'll be the first to complain. So I think that there's got to be a message that we send out, Chair, through you, that this thing of delaying payments is unacceptable and cannot be allowed to continue. One accepts the fact if an invoice is wrong and it's just not, they just can't pay on that. But I don't think that's generally the issue. I think generally the issue is it's a lackadaisical approach. It says, no, we'll deal with this when we get to it. And I think that must come to an end. So in the city of Joburg, we must be told, why are you still paying invoices late? And how long is it going to take you? Because it's been for a long time now. Even when I was a member of parliament, there were payment periods, and government made commitments that it would pay within 30 days and no later. But just seems, I don't understand. So I think the people that pay officials must also pay late. And maybe then that'll make everybody wake up. And I'm being serious what I'm saying. So that's the first point. The second point is that in a number of the presentations, Chair, particularly from the municipalities, and one appreciates the presentations, but why is it that most of the presentations were saying we need to capacitate, we need to train? Does that mean we're not doing it? Is there a realization now that we have to? So maybe we could get an indication as to how are they capacitating new entrants into the business world? Because let's be honest, you know, when you start something on your own or with a couple of other people, it's very daunting. And if you don't know which forms you're supposed to complete, where do you find them? You know, hey, it's going to be difficult to succeed. And whether we like it or not, a lot of people, a lot of new entrants into the business world, a lot of young people, whether it be women, persons with disabilities, generally seem to rely on government for business. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. But surely we should be going that extra mile to help them get onto their feet and get to a stage where hopefully they don't have to rely only on government, but where they can compete with the rest of the business world for other projects, other business that doesn't come from government. And so if we can get a sense of what programs have you put in place? How are you mentoring these new entrants? How are you helping them to succeed? Because if government doesn't help young people, women, persons with disabilities to succeed, who is going to help? And I think that we've really got to pay a lot more attention to making sure that we make it easy for the groups that government has specifically said we must target. We should make it easy for them to get registered on the database. We should make it easy for them to be the first in line to get to hear what are the tenders that are going out, what are the opportunities. They shouldn't be the last to hear. Yes, we're not saying that they must always get the business, but we're saying that we must make it easy. And that we must be showing a commitment to say, no, we want women, and young women in particular. We want young people. We want persons with disabilities to succeed. We want them to get onto their own feet. So I think that's the other point that I wanted to raise. Now, I was listening quite closely to our colleague from Ikuruleni. And she was saying that it could come to a point next year that possibly, if I understood correctly, and correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding was that it might be that young people, women, persons with disabilities may not get the special treatment going forward, if I heard you correctly. Now, if that's the case, what are we going to do? Because whether we like it or not, if a young person has come out of school and has decided that they want to do a particular work or they want to supply a particular product, how are we then going to ensure that they succeed? Is it that, what do we anticipate? Will the law prevent the municipalities or government departments, etc., from still being able to mentor and assist? Because my worry is if that targeted approach is no longer there, we may find that a lot of people will be struggling, really struggling to enter that market, really struggling to get their businesses off the ground. So, Chair, those are the points that I really wanted to raise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member Schneeman. I hope the team has gotten the questions. Can we get from the stakeholders who's having the mic? I hope the team has answered questions. Can we prioritize if you have questions or inputs on the Ekurhuleni? Can I do Ekurhuleni what? City of Ekurhuleni. Divisional head, because she requested to leave early. So those who have questions for Mpo, let's raise our hands so that we all see you. I see Shabalala. Who else? Because she came early, I got to know her name, so you'll pardon me. She was here by 10 to 2. So you missed an opportunity of me knowing your names by coming late. The lady on that table, and then who else? Okay, 3 and 4. Only 4 hands? Okay, in that order?
Someone next time, Eric, program ukuthi makukhona lama meeting khona abangayanga esikoleni abafana nami, so angizwanga lutho but ngikhona emeetingini. Sicela uToliki next time sizobuza amabhizinisi amancane ukuthi aranwa kanjani. And then enye into engifuna kuyicela kobaba, yekani ukuhlukumeza abantu besifazane, yekani ukuhlukumeza ingane, yekani ukubulala abantwana, yekani ukuthi nenze lento enithi for ni protect all of us ngo-August ango-May, si-protecting every day, hayi August ango-May. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you very much. Is it Shabalala? You didn't introduce yourself, your name and surname. Thank you very much, Sis Ntombi. Point taken, and our apologies for always presenting in English.
Okay. Sanibonani. Igama lami nguSibongile Wakabudibe from the organization Queen Madonsela Stimulation Center. Sisebenza ngabantwana abaphila ngokukhubazeka. Oh, aningizwa skisi.
You've got the right to speak sitting down. No one should command you to stand up. Maybe you are comfortable.
I'm comfortable.
So if you are comfortable with standing up, you can stand up. When you are not, you can sit down.
No, I'm
Because we
comfortable
all have
sitting
various
down.
reasons why we would not want to stand up, and in my culture, when I address people, I must stand up. In other cultures, it's an offense, you must sit down. So, yeah.
Okay, guys, I prefer sitting down. And then the organization here, we deal with kids living with disabilities, sort of a home. Our issues, it's more like of issues and concerns, esiqela ukuthi ugovernment asinake ngawo pertaining abantu abaphila nokukhubazeka. We really feel neglected kakhulu. I understand this platform is for our businesses and everything, but I'm here ukukhulumela abantu abaphila nedisability abasevye sithini ngabo. So siyacela from iCity of Eguruleni, more especially, ukuthi siyacela nisakhela home centers for people living with disabilities. Sicela ikolo for kids with autism. It's very hard ukutholela umntwana on autism iskolo. We don't have that. Sicela centers that we provide care and support for abantwana abane cerebral palsy. Siyacela, sicela nisenzele. And we also have spaces, open spaces, la angasetshenziswa. Some of them are being used as dump sites. So siyacela ukuthi at least nisiphe those spaces so that we can sicela funders basakhele centers. More especially ngizokhuluma ngeThwathwa. IThwathwa as a whole, we don't have a well-developed stimulation center for people living with disabilities. And our slogan says nothing about us without us. But it seems like you are doing things that concerns us without us. And siyacela futhi transport are accessible. Ngimzwile honorable asking ukuthi abantwana baphila ngedisability abekho. They are not here, ma'am, because transports, they are not accessible. That's our problem. You can't move around in a wheelchair. There are people, mawungene taxini, it's a problem because uzomngcolisa with a wheelchair. So sicela ama devices, sicela ukunakwa. Abantwana abana 18 and above, abanakwa. It's very hard ukuthi uthole umntwana crawler down with knees for 21 years angakhona ukuthola wheelchair. So sicela lawo ma devices lawo. Siyacela ku government wethu ukuthi we are here. City of Eguruleni sikhona. Sifuneni nizosithola. You can't say nina less than 1% ye disability. No, bakhona bavaleleke ezindlini. I request ukuthi nenze door to door. Bese nizosithola. Another thing engicelayo from the City of Eguruleni, siya struggle ukuthola health certificate. For me, now I run a center. It's not a developed center because ngiranele ekhaya. Officials will come and say, sizoyivala because I'll tell you this and this and this and this. You do not comply in this and this and this. But what are you doing to help me in terms of complying? What are you doing to assist me in terms of making sure ukuthi labantwana laba they are well taken care of? Because if uhlele ekhaya we are struggling, it seems like the department is doing nothing. It seems like our government is doing nothing for people living with disabilities. So ngiyacela ukuthi ngicela nisinake. Maningasinaki if sesifaka abo cutting edge. No, we do not want to go that route. Ukuthi sinakwe mase kufakiwe abo cutting edge. So yeah, I request yam leyo ngiyacela. And another thing, housing. I thought the Department of Housing izobe khona la because nginama questions amaningi for wona ukuthi how can umama ohlala nomntwana ophila nokukhubazeka ahlale emkhukhwini? How possible is that? And ku waiting list, why mele babe ku waiting list ende mangabe uhlala nomntwana ophila nokukhubazeka? It's very hard ukuhlala nomntwana ophila nokukhubazeka endaweni engekho right. So please siyacela nisithatheni serious. This disability grant esiyitholayo, it's not enough. But if ningeza kithi and hear ikhalo zethu, you will see ukuthi le part noma le department ye disability iyasokola. So we are here, sinageni, siyanicela. Because never, but we are getting a special treatment. We're not getting any. We're not. But instead, we're suffering. Ngiyabonga.
Is the triple PU here of the legislature? Who was doing it? Eh? Do you know the official responsible who was doing this? Okay. Thank you very much, Mme. Unfortunately, but fortunately, you came to the right platform of the legislature to raise your issues. Unfortunately, this is somehow not a correct portfolio committee, and also the issues we are dealing with are not related to many issues that you have raised. But the good thing is that we are going to take your issues to the relevant portfolio committee to do follow-ups on. And that is the portfolio committee on social development that work largely with the sector that you are in. What relates to us is whether people living with disabilities are getting businesses in the department we are overseeing. In this case, is the Department of COGTA and Human Settlement, as well as municipalities. So another thing that we request, in as much as you are raising the challenges that the organization and the people living with disabilities are faced with, is to ensure that how do we explore and exploit the opportunities that are there in government for people living with disabilities, especially youth and women that are in your organization. How do they form cooperatives, businesses, get skilled around what they can do to get businesses in government and do businesses with anyone else in the country. But also it's important to participate in lawmaking so that you see the laws that we are discussing, the acts we are discussing affect people living with disabilities. So it's important to always raise the issues, but then also make sure that you are relevant to the topic of the day so that your issues are not left outside when important legislations are discussed. They continue to tell us they can't get business people who are disabled. And sometimes the mistake is bathi sikhale emnxebeni umro. Umnxwabo ngoba siyakhala, we're not getting opportunities, but this is the wrong umnxwabo ukukhala ukuthi sikhalela i-center ukuthi ibe registered nan. But we are going to take those issues and refer them to the relevant portfolio committee. Lana, we are discussing preferential procurement and whether we are able to procure goods and services within municipalities and especially within government departments. Again, so that discuss when are they going to build houses. We're discussing, we want to build houses, we're not getting opportunities to build houses. We have construction companies, we are women, we are this, we are youth, and we have tried, these are our challenges. And then when you have any other issue that is not related here, you've got a notepad in front of you, just write your name, your contact details, and the issue that you want the legislature to address. And then we'll take it to the relevant portfolio committee. Am I understood? Lanhlaloganya? Linkutlwile? Okay, let's move. Where's number 3?
Sanmonani? Okay. My name is Jessica Mahlangu, and then we are like Davidson. Mina, also one of the things I just want to mention first is that they noted in the knowledge gap, which is a huge problem that we do have. We do have businesses, so I'm also coming from a tourism perspective. We do have businesses that are able functioning and they are good products, but the biggest problem is we do not know how to comply. and not that we are not willing, but we do not know how to comply. You said, like, you mentioned in Dabayuti, you've noted in knowledge gap ikona, and that you do have programs and stuff that you are implementing. How do we get access to that information? Because I think Honorable, okay, is this better? Okay. Honorable Ngube did mention a whole bulk of what we are suffering with, which is access to market, access to information. Where are you guys, where can you say for me now, as a SMME, can I get relevant information to my business or knowledge skills of what I can do to comply? When and where are the workshops? Because a thing I've seen in the city of Ekurhuleni is that we're literally getting these things kadifani. It's only if I know Utuli from Kukaikai, then you see it on the status, but there's no central known point where we can get that information. Also, I'm coming from, like I said, a tourism perspective, so there is an element of trying to bridge that gap as well. Like, what entities are they working with that we can say, okay, no, umuntu onjena, uya comply yena, because I'm trying to start a tourism organization as well, but I'm literally stuck. I've got the information, I've got everything, but I'm stuck at one point. How do I comply? Where do I start with my knowledge skills to say this is how an NGO of this form can operate? This is how, if we're going to say we're giving you the right to distribute or disseminate information about this field, this is how you must, the process, this is, you know, Snama boards, we've got billboards, but we're not utilizing them for information like this. We don't get the information. So, last week, Bogne Youth Summit, no, they said it was low budget. Modi interviewing. You know, are they even telling their kids? Because another thing is Dijo, we want the food. So the relevant people are never in the room when we're discussing things like legislature. I feel like this conversation was very vital and very key, but I didn't even expect it, honestly speaking. I just thought, okay, I'm an SMME, they said there's a women empowerment session, go and attend, you know? And now we're getting issues like this where we can see, it's okay, if that actually gets passed like that, we are going to suffer. We are really going to suffer, and we never got the opportunity to speak up. What petitions are then being signed to say, can we book a hall, and invite as many people as we want? We have your political parties. Why are they not the ones who are doing the groundwork and saying door to door, like Usisi is mentioning, no one is coming to them and asking them, because they can't even move. They've got to take care of the kids. So as SMMEs, why do I not have access to that information at a point where I'm going about my daily routine as a business owner? Thank you.
Matlangu, is Matlangu your surname? Sis?
Mama?
Oh, you didn't introduce yourself.
I did.
Hmm?
I did.
It's Jessica. Oh, Jess. Thank you very much, Jessica. I think you just raised valuable points. I got, is it number 4? Oh, you are inspired, Lunamo, by Jessica, ne? Why didn't you raise your hand? Okay, number 4. Then number 5. Lunamo, nensa raise mazo. Oh, only now.
Okay,
Are we ready to run the world as women?
Yes.
Oh, no, I just wanted to make sure. Let's see how we'll run it.
Dumelang, Lina laka ke TS Lebese, and I'm a major PTY Ltd. I'm a manufacturer of hair products and cosmetics. I want to add on what Jessica has said. I know how to manufacture a lot of things. I've been manufacturing chili sauces, mayonnaise, Indo's needs. So I decided to focus on hair products and cosmetics. So I want to open a school where I teach people how to manufacture. They said to me, Angina ama skills. Where are the papers of where I've learned this thing? So it's my challenge because this is something that I know from a young age. Ekhaya besingathengi into ezininzi besizenzela. But bona, they want something on paper that I've learned manufacturing somewhere. So I don't know what should I do about that because into ngiyaziyo. And I do a lot of researches. Nenwele ngenzile ngabantu ba alopecia, suffering from alopecia, men with bald. So angazi ukuthi kumele ngenze njani manje ngoba they need skills nema relevant knowledge on paper. What should I do? Ngiyabonga.
Can we take contact details to do follow-ups and ensure proper linking?
Yeah, I'll write them on paper.
Please, not that all your contacts are not important, because she says, "Nyenze, I have this skill and I don't have the papers." So it's just to link her with relevant institutions. And please, okay, we'll have for all of you, I know. Didn't you sign the attendance register? Oh, okay. But Akira wanted to do connection now as I'm sitting here. Akira, she spoke. Well, I wouldn't know what are your issues when you don't speak. Akira Che is not a prophet. Oh, okay. So let's have number 5. Give me your numbers now. I want to connect you now. Okay, but we'll want your social media works.
All right.
You
my
spend a lot of time on it and you don't use it effectively.
That's 069.
No. Write them down. There are men in this room, they might take advantage. I'm sorry, I'm joking. Okay, number 5. I want to show you the power of social media. Number 5.
Sanibonani. Igama lami nguCinile Hlophe. I'm in construction. So ngiyacabanga obviously once umuntu athi construction especially uma bukeka njengami emncane kuba yinkinga seyinkinga already. So inkinga engibhekana nazo ke lezi umbuzo wami ukuthi sisizakala kanjani because ngiyezwa vele ukuthi hayi abantu besifazane this and that khona wenze iphuzu lokuthi ene umuntu wesifazane maybe autism uyayithola ama-tender and stuff. So khona laba angawatholi abanjenganami so engiyikhulumela namhlanje kuthi nje it's hard bazokutshela ngokuthi company yakho kumele comply and all that. Yebo uqalile kona wayenza a certificate and it's been years ngenza some certificate but complying it's very hard. Ngiyacabanga into esikhala ngayo sibantu abaningi sibantu abasha. I'm telling you ukuthi there are a lot of youth that are in business but abayitholi exposure. Ukuthi imali iyaphi njengoba kuthiwa imali percent soma percent thizene thina siyazi leyo nto. We have ama group amaningi elokishini oma business. Oh, by the way, I'm a youth leader with NAVCOG. So still nabantu abasha kuphela baku business. But funding we do not get. Oh, NYDA bafika ku10 but we do not get. Asikwazi ukuthi si comply especially certificate edingeka ku construction. Yo ziyabiza. Ungazi nokuthi uzophuma ubhekephi. Ubathe uyabuza mabafika abantu ukuthi bazositshela ngokuthi empowerment women thing is I'm like senza njani ke so that we comply. I see it all into enjalo. And ukuze sikwazi ukungena in business now it's even more hard. Thina especially mina ngibuya ngathi ngimncane it's even more hard. But lengane ifunani la. But this is what I want to do. Asithola assistant ukuthi ngiumuntu wesifazane ngime. When you go out there sidinga leyo funding, sidinga business, sidinga what bakubuka bese bathi hayi sizokhuluma iphelele lapha endawo. So what do we do? Where do we go? Siyaya uma basitshela ngama-doors bathi there's a working center for opportunity things usibasitshela ngabo siyaya mara mawufika lapha because of they do not know you or any relative awuyitholi usizo bakutshela ukuthi hayi wena in bakunika nje excuse ongayizwa nawe ubathi ngoba bathi size la for this and that bese abanye bathi masithi applyani nithi nina you do not comply bese ngiyambuza mina ukuthi wena usiza ngani so that we comply if uyabona uyafuna be uthi thina abantu abasha singene kulento. Not that we're not in business, not that we're busy with drugs, we're very busy but going nowhere Because anisize mase sifika nobani khuluma kumnandi kanje phuma isingisi so jargon kumnandi everyone happy but mase siphuma la mase siza kuba ngathi beningekho la singasazi sicela usizo.
Wawuhleka. Ba mosmayile bacabanga ukuthi awusakwatile. Ufanele ukwate right?
Okay, yeah.
Just on a lighter note. Okay, number 6.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Nomvula Koza. I am the Ward 65 youth leader and Sanko Youth Congress RTT in Ekurhuleni. You know, last time when I was in Prospect, we had visitors such as NYDA, Table 1 million, and GED. And I said to them, in order for us to come with solutions, we need to be realistic and we need to be honest. And most of the time, you guys will come and you do this perfect presentations. But I feel like you're not being realistic and practical, as what she has said. What I've picked up, especially from our first speaker, is that you did emphasize in terms of that us as young people, we also make mistakes when it comes to the applications and all of that. Can you be more specific? What mistakes do young people do? Because you're supposed to be assisting us. If you're gonna come here and say, we're making mistakes, still you're not assisting me. Give me a call, communicate with me and say, Nomvula, you are not able to fill up your form. Can you please come to the office? We're not getting that. I don't know how many times I have emailed GED and other organizations trying to be in contact with them, even trying to be in contact with them to come to our area and speak to young people. But because Nomvula, I'm not being taken serious, our emails are being ignored. Last time when I emphasized this, they said, no, you must not be angry, we'll give you our contact. Why do I have to be familiar in order for you to recognize me? Because we are young people who are active in our communities. Secondly, can we please adjust the law and the procedures? Because definitely they are not accommodating us. I mean, when he went through the statistics, I was even shaking my head and he did notice me. I was even shaking my head because it's amazing, like it's surprising, it's shocking. 16%. You have assisted 16% of women. How many women do we have? In Gauteng, Pela, Ekurhuleni and Johannesburg, how many women do we have? And you're gonna tell us that 16%. And next time, 16% ibuya kuphi? Which area? Davidson in Tatengaki. Soweto in Tatengaki, sifuna ukwazi. And njengoba umama shilo, sifuna ukwazi abobani labo. Because there's a possibility that you're not even telling us the truth. Because how many people when they've been funded here? Raise up your hand. None. And then when it comes to disability, none. What is that? It's so embarrassing. It shows that you are not doing anything. Young people are applying. What I'm saying now, I'm not only talking it for myself, but I am dealing with young people each and every day, and they're saying the same thing. We are applying. And I'm not saying that we are perfect, but we are willing to learn. There are young people who have businesses, and we need to understand that even in terms of the paperwork, we are not familiar with a lot of things. You tell me, Nomvula, you need to bring this document with this document. I have no idea what is that. Since you can see that I'm making mistakes, why are you not communicating with us? Come and make a workshop, teach us. Bring those people that will assist us to get SARS certificate. Bring those people that will give us certificates. But you come and you do Lama workshops now that are not assisting us. Because you come here, you do these presentations. Be more practical. Take our numbers. Do a follow-up. Because the most important thing has apply, you are not doing a follow-up. And I am tired, and it's hard for a woman like me in leadership, because sometimes I want information, but now I can't even help myself. We are tired. Next time when you come here, come with statistics. Be realistic. Tell us how many young people you have assisted, area by area, from last year until now, how many businesses are functioning. It shows that you are not active enough. That's why even the high rates of unemployment is not decreasing, because you are doing nothing. From last year until this year, it has decreased by 0.8. What is that? Shows that you're not doing anything. Thank you.
Okay, we are going to clap hands for everyone at the end of the session. Can I allow Mpo to respond? But just before you respond, I think honorable members here and the participants of this roundtable for our FIS topic have raised certain questions and concerns. We listened to you, Mahlangu and Libis. That's how good my memory is. And in your presentations, all of you speaks of issues of compliance, how difficult it is for these vulnerable groups or designated groups to comply with the legislative framework of being able to procure services or goods for different government entities, including the municipalities. You are also speaking about in your presentation on training and workshops that you are providing. And the sentiment here is that can we touch and feel those we have trained? Is it possible? Are they there? Can we touch and feel those who have given business? Are they existent? You know, are they coming from our communities? And I think maybe perhaps as part of going back is to ensure, I know in City of Johannesburg it's regional-based workshop, training workshops, and in Tshwane it's regions. I don't know, in Ekurhuleni it's called what? You know, your service delivery points in the municipality. In Johannesburg is region A, B, C, Tshwane is region 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that we are able to touch and feel. But in your presentations, the three of you are not speaking, in as much as you speak of these challenges that you interface with as and when you want to engage small, medium enterprises and vulnerable groups enterprises. We are not talking about how you relate with the Township Economic Act that we just passed as Gauteng legislature. Because I think it's trying to ensure that there's coordination of business entities in our townships. What are you going to do with what you just explained to us as Hoho of the moment, while waiting for parliament processes to ensure that the legislation is reviewed and amended? How are we going to create awareness of the challenges the draft review might come with and what it means to review the legislation so that all of us are able to participate and are able to be alert that this act, when it's amended in this fashion, it will affect us in this way. While noting the challenges that since 2017, there's not much that has happened to empower businesses of young people or women or people living with disability. I've been in the youth sector. That's why I get angry when you smile, because we used to fight until the end. But it seems our fight is still your fight. That is the most painful thing. That we can't, in a democratic dispensation, where we believe our government is a democratic government, we raise issues, but those who must implement, they close their issues, or present technicalities of how difficult it is to implement the legislation as is, and do not want to think outside the box of ensuring that we participate in the economic mainstream of our municipalities and of our province. So I think you need to, and all of you who I know, people in finance departments think it's not their duty to do public participation and community engagements. But you listen to, especially those who are in the field running, they are saying, we don't know how to comply, we don't know the legislation, we don't know how to do things according to the legislative framework. And that's where you come in and ensure that there's community engagements. And those community engagements can happen where communities are not at. Can happen when the language is not friendly to them, because we think, every time we think business and finance and economy, we think it's about speaking English. And Lebesi here says, I grew up in a family where we were producing things ourselves. Ngelwimi lakhe, isiNdebele. Kaspedi, oh Lebesi ke re Mahlangu, sorry. So ba mo rutile kwa gae gore re dia bjang bupi. By the way, it was started, it's an economy of women at some point. Bupi bo re bo jang. Bono bo dirwa ke bo mama rona. And they will teach you how to do it. And there's no lecturer there, there's no English. But then the system today says, where is the qualification? How did you learn to do bupi? So ke tlo reng bo kuku manuku ba nthutile, kuku manuku ga tsebe selo ka pampiri le certificate. You see? So how do we make sure that we link people like that as municipalities with relevant institutions to recognize their prior learning and recognize them and package them properly? You go to European countries, these things that are learned not in informal classes are recognized. To an extent, people are called professors of youth development and they've never been in a class to study youth development, just only because they are Jessica, Felicia, who have been working in the youth sector, organizing youth in different ways, and they get recognition in that and be awarded according to that. So I'm just saying that there's a need. From your presentation, your reasoning, why are you not reaching your targets? It's compliance. Listening to the stakeholders here, they say, yes, it's compliance because we don't know how to do things. We don't know what is it that you must do. One, we are aware of the legislation, but we don't know what are the nitty-gritties. What are you doing about that to help us? Because your job is not only to give us tenders or whatever opportunities, but is to empower us so that we are able to participate in the economic development programs of our country. So we'll allow you and then allow other colleagues from departments and COJ to come in.
Thanks, Chair.
You wanted to come in. Member Schneeman, I'm going to be strict. You are coming in 60 seconds.
I wanted to, and I'm sorry to have raised my hand now, but listening to some of our guests and what they're saying, and just raising the fact they don't know how to comply. Some of them seem to not even know how to register and what are the processes. Is it not possible that we could maybe consider putting together, whether it be one big session or maybe a couple of sessions whereby we bring in all the various departments in the province that can have their tables there, that can actually share and be able to workshop in those sessions and take people through the processes to follow. In my constituency in Mohali City recently, in Kagiso, we had National Treasury and eGov came there. And they actually brought a bus, a combi, where on the spot, people who had companies that were trying to register to get on the database were helped to register on the spot and were taken through what they needed to actually be able to register. And there were forms there, they were guided on how to complete, and then they went outside to this bus, and there they were actually registered. And when they left, they were registered and they were on the database. And they were happy. And I'm just wondering, because if we leave here and we leave it up to somebody somewhere, it might not happen, and maybe it's something that we might want to consider, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Member Schneeman. I think that's a valuable point, and we think we'll do that. I'm made aware that Member Dilange is now connected online, and her hand is up. Welcome, Member Dilange. I am not logged in. I'm relying on Tombi, and she had indicated that you are online. Please come in and greet us. I don't know how are we going to see Member Dilange or hear her. Can you increase the volume? You were playing music when we came here. Member Dilange, hold on, we can hear you, but very far. Nina Nichachel is Friday. In a hurry. Hi, we can see you. You're looking beautiful. You have muted yourself. Unmute.
Okay, Mike.
We can hear you now. Do you see
Okay,
me?
all right. I just want to thank you and apologies for being late. I was flying in from the Northern Cape. I haven't got questions at this moment. I'm still considering and making notes, but I think there is a lot that we can do. Things that's been on my mind for a long time, Madam Chair, but I will just keep it for now so that we can just go through the processes. But thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Member Dilange, and thank you for coming into the meeting. Anyone on Facebook on issues related to Ekurhuleni? Nothing? Ekurhuleni, are you on Facebook? Are your communities there? Okay. Over to you, Mpo.
Thanks, Chair. I'll try to respond to the questions that have been asked that are relevant to today's agenda. The first question was relating to the use of Regulation 4 and Regulation 9. Regulation 4 is a pre-crime.
Ekurhuleni, are you on?
Facebook, that old question. In terms of Regulation 4, Regulation 4 is a pre-qualifying criteria that we use to scale down the number of responses for setting aside. So when you go out on adverts after the specification is approved, it will already say who we are targeting. So if we are only looking at level 1s, we will advertise it as a level 1. And even before you start evaluating the compliance, you will first extract out all your level 1s, and then you will continue to the next stage. So anyone else that is not a level 1 will be left out of the process from the beginning. Whereas Regulation 9, the entire evaluation process will happen, and then at the point of appointment, the 30% subcontracting will be imposed on the bidder. So it will be compulsory that should you accept the appointment, you are accepting that you will subcontract 30% of the contract value to whichever designated group that was approved as part of the specification. So the one is done at the beginning before the evaluation is done, and the other is imposed on the bidders that are successful after the evaluation is done. And then there are very rare chances where you used both the regulations in one bid. In most cases, it's one or the other. And then the issue of monitoring of subcontracting, yes, where there is subcontracting involved, we do, as the city, request that the main contractor sign a subcontracting agreement with the subcontractor. And then on a monthly basis, those are monitored. As supply chain, we do quarterly reviews, obviously on a sample of the projects, because it's not possible to, on a quarterly basis, review all of them in terms of whether the meetings are taking place, the invoices of the subcontractors are being paid, and so forth. So that is done on a quarterly basis, but over and above that, we do get assurance from the Auditor General, who also comes in to audit our contract management processes. The issue of Regulation 4 versus the 90-10 and the 80-20, the scoring remains a problem, and I think the Regulation 4 and the Regulation 9 came to assist in what could have been a bigger problem, because it was creating an avenue for us to set aside and do the subcontracting. In an instance where it's taken away, in summary, everyone is going to be put into the same pot, and we are going to be competing against each other. So yes, it being taken away is not going to change the challenge that we sit with in terms of the 80-20 and the 90-10, but it was one of the ways that were there and that were legal because it was coming through from a legislation which we could use to try and advance these designated groups. So even after it's been taken away, like I said, the concern is that the draft that has been shared by National Treasury for comments takes those two sections away and does not change anything about 80-20 and 90-10. And one would have expected that if they are taken away, some changes are made on the point scoring to cater for what is now being taken away, which used to give some form of advantage to historically disadvantaged individuals. The issue of where the beneficiaries of the numbers that are being presented are is a conversation that I said in my slide we've continuously been having with Treasury. One of the principles of supply chain is that it must be open to everyone, and it doesn't care where you are geographically. And the issue is that we may report 100% women, and there is a chance that those 100% women may not be in Gauteng. But that's how an open tender bidding process works. We have noted that as a concern, and like I said when I did the presentation, we are not legislatively required to monitor COE versus non-COE procurement, but as the city we do, because we take into cognizance that it's important for us to track those things and see where we are, and if there are concerns, try and influence processes that will allow us to be able to advance that. So we have done a recent technical consultation. I think we received the feedback 2 weeks back with National Treasury to engage them on how best, without breaking the law, can we bring in the issue of geographical area. We had proposed to them to bring it in as a form of functionality evaluation as part of the bidding process. And they've responded to say geographical area does not meet the definition of functionality in line with the SEM regulations, therefore you can't bring it in. So we are in continuous conversations with Treasury to try and figure out how then do we bring in the aspects of geographical area, as well as other social economic issues that you want to find expression in the bid document, taking into consideration the amount of budget that we sit with. So it's just that, Chair, sometimes you want to do these things, but because of the legislation and the fact that AG will come in and we sit with additional pressure, we've maintained a clean audit for 2 years, and it's very difficult to do things and ignore legislation. So we are in constant conversations with Treasury, so the Treasury can understand that these are the challenges that we are facing on the ground, and maybe there's a need to review the legislation. And when the legislation is reviewed, it's also important for us to take it upon ourselves to provide comments, because we are the ones that have the best understanding of the concerns that we have. I think we can sit in the room and say it's officials, and officials will say it's National Treasury. But until we sit in one room and National Treasury gets an understanding of what the challenges are from an official perspective, and communities also start to understand why officials are unable to do these things, and maybe Treasury will get a picture of the reality of the matters that we deal with, and will try and assist us. On the issue of mentoring and training, as supply chain, we partner a lot in the city with the economic development department. They do have a few programs that they are running. They just did their final pitching booster program, which we were partnering with them on. We've done presentations, and in the pitching booster, because you have new businesses that are presenting ideas for prizes and mentoring and training and some programs, we partnered also with NYDA. We do the presentations, and when those platforms are given to us, we go into detail about what are the compliance issues that we are picking up, the trends, and what people should look out for. So there are those opportunities, and maybe the point that was raised by Jessica, I'll move to now, is the issue of accessibility of information. And maybe it's something that we do need to look at as a city as well, with our communications department. Currently, we are very active on our website. I know the city has put up screens in all their customer care areas where the municipal rates are being played. are being paid, so that we play these screens of the things that are currently taking place that the communities need to know about. But obviously, if the outcry is that accessibility of information still remains a challenge, we may need to have a conversation with our communications department and see how best we can spread the news. In terms of the workshops, Chair, I think there must be appreciation of the 2 years that we come from. And the 2 years that we come from was 2 years of restrictions. There were certain things that we could do and there were things that we can't. When the CFO started the presentation in the morning, the first thing that he presented was on the section 217 of the Constitution that talks about fairness, equity, and the basis of supply chain is inclusivity. And because of the pandemic, you could not hold any workshop because you could not have decided which 100 people you were going to take in and which ones you were going to exclude. And we guard against the litigation risk that when items unfold, evaluation takes place and appointment happens, we do find ourselves in situations that says, your tender briefing session only allowed for 30 people, I was the 35th. Now Chair has gotten the tender because Chair was sitting in that briefing, and there's a possibility that Chair had insight to something that I didn't, and that's why I sit now and I have not been appointed. So in light of those risks and some of the litigation processes that we've been through as a city, we consciously decided that during the pandemic, we are not going to have any workshops because we do not have a criteria to define who will form part and who will be excluded. As I said earlier on, now that we are in level 1, there are conversations, the team is doing work in the background. We are planning to have 3 workshops because we have got 3 regions. We split into 3 regions in the city where we are going to roll out these particular issues and go into detail and maybe have dummy bid documents as well so that we can sit with the guys and help them complete them. So that is the vision that we currently have now and that we are hoping we'll be able to roll out quite soon because we take note of the concerns. Chair, the issue of the municipal accounts, I know it was directed to COJ. The issue of municipal accounts that are overdue by 90 days is a requirement that is straight coming from the SCM Regulation 38. It says, should a person that is responding to a bid be in areas on municipal account for 90 days or more, you shall reject that person. And I think the premise comes from the fact that the revenue that is collected for the services that are rendered is what is used to pay the invoices of the bidders that provide goods and services to us. And I think the legislation was then trying to make sure that if you do benefit as a service provider, at least contribute into the circle by making sure that the city gets its revenue. But what we have done as a city, which is not part of the regulation, but it's a process that we did with Treasury, is we are encouraging bidders, especially because you sit with a lot of bidders, especially at youth, because some properties are inherited and there are these big bills that cannot be settled. So through a national treasury process and consultation with our legal department, our bid document specifically says that if you are in areas and you've entered into an agreement with the municipality, you can attach a copy of the agreement and you will then not be rejected on that particular bid if you are up to date in terms of the agreement that you've signed with the city. And this is because we had the appreciation of the economy and where the economy is, the challenges, financial challenges that businesses as well as individuals deal with, because the legislation doesn't only look at municipal accounts of the business, it also looks at the municipal accounts of the directors of that business. And we've brought that clause into our bid document to respond to that. So obviously without completely disregarding it and disregarding the regulation itself, we've sort of put in an intervention in place to make sure that we guard against non-compliance, but we also assist our prospective bidders. Chair, I think the last that I'm going to respond to is the comment that you made last with regards to what is it that we are doing while we are waiting for the finalization of the regulation and the fact that there is a possibility that these items could be taken away. We've sat as the city and we've looked at possible avenues where we can bring into the bid document some of the aspects that are being taken away without breaking the law. We did another consultation with Treasury last week, and they are against bringing in these aspects if they are going to result in certain bidders being disadvantaged. So in simple English, Chair, we are where we are and the legislation is not assisting us. Treasury is bluntly quoting the legislation and saying, you are prohibited from doing this in terms of this particular regulation. So we keep pushing and we keep trying to be innovative in terms of how we can bring these aspects into the bid document so that the issues of geographical area and the issues of women and persons with disabilities and youth find expression in the bid document, and there's some form of set aside without calling it a set aside. But we are honestly not winning with Treasury. And I'm hoping this is the last comment that I'll make. My plea, Chair, is that what we have observed is the lack of approaching these things as one. Suppliers are crying out in their own little corner. Officials are busy sending consultations in their own little corner that prospective bidders don't know about. Lawmakers probably need officials as well to come into the sessions so that we can discuss the impact of some of these things, and we all have an understanding of where we are now and where what is in draft is taking us, and have a process and a strategy of approaching Treasury and saying, listen, we are the voice of officials, we are the voice of prospective bidders, of communities, and this is our submission. Can we be considered? We are not dictating what needs to happen, what needs to be brought back, and what needs to be taken out. But can the regulation that is in draft or the one that is coming have a section where we can see that this is being considered? And I think that's where we lack. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think what we will take as COGTA ourselves is to make sure that we create a platform for dialogue on this specific legislative framework, honorable members. There's a need to, I think our committee can do that. There's a need to convene all the finance departments in municipalities, and COGTA will help us coordinate that. Just to talk to the impact of the changes that might come, what it means, because municipalities are the closest to the people. And I think when it comes to issues of the people, municipal officials must be listened to more. Those in National Treasury, they interface less with the people. Now we believe West, the central database system, which is online, there's no physical interactions, so they will not understand the frustrations that were spoken to here. Thank you very much, Mpo. I don't know whether the other questions that were generic, Salga, you want to respond to, or COJ, Director Supply Chain, COGTA? Any other questions? Oh, you want to respond? Okay. There's a question here, Salga, that's asked about the stipend that goes to what committees. In COJ, it is alleged that that stipend is from Salga. I hope I represented you well, sis. Vasco da Gama, the former Speaker of Johannesburg, maybe I'm not, yeah, I'm right to say that, said to what committee members, that stipend you are getting is not from us. He first said it's from COGTA, so if COGTA can respond to this, Tafita, please respond. Then he said it's from Salga, so you will clarify also that question.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chairperson.
Linkolta di 10 rand.
Yeah, we'll do e-wallet, Chairperson. I think there was a question about the Opportunity Center in Soweto. Because I mentioned the Opportunity Centers that is the city that we have. Yes, Soweto is on Region B. We do have a opportunity center there. It's called the Atlehang Opportunity
Sorry,
Center.
but Silalo Usit, she's leaving. Those of you from Ikurulen, I hope you use the lunchtime effectively. Because coming to a meeting means part of networking. Now she's going. And if you don't have her contacts, it's your loss. You had an hour to do that. Niyabona nisbiza soma business baba ngazi ku network. How do you be a business person who can't network? There's a divisional head. It's a powerful signature. So you must learn. Lunchtime is not to sit by yourself, but to come to chair person of COGTA, to Mamang who's in the meeting, to network and get contacts. Sorry about that, but I just wanted to show these young women the opportunity they missed. Bese bas blame ukuthi asiba nagi. They were jongi chicken up. Okay, we'll give you her contacts. I think we have them, if you need them for Ikuruleni issues. City of Joburg, now obanege numbers zakho. Don't discuss anything except empowering them. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chair. So I was just explaining the issue of the opportunity centers. Firstly, I think there are about 10 of them in Johannesburg. These opportunity centers. We've got one, Deep Sloot, Orange Farm, in all our regions. But the region that was, the question was more on the Soweto area. So there is one in Soweto. There is also all the opportunity centers have. Okay, it's in Zone 6, Chris Hani Road, Deep Kloof. Zone 6, it's called Soweto Empowerment Zone. I'll give you, may I get protection from you, Chair?
Young woman, a man in South Africa deserves to also be protected. Let's not harass him. Let's allow him to finish presenting. Nabo, libona ke batho. Do you feel protected enough?
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Okay, the manager for the Opportunity Center I just mentioned now, Atlehang, his name is Andrew Ndlovu. And his number is 073 462 7515. I repeat, 073 462 7515. His name is Andrew Ndlovu. So all of them, they have managers and they're in operation, Chairperson. It's a walk-in center. You don't need to make any appointment. Then they'll give you all the services that they offer, and they partner with various entities and institutions. And they do have these workshops where they empower, whether it's financial or non-financial services. So that's one of the reasons why they are there. The other question, Chair, was the issue of municipal account. I think my colleague from Kuruleni touched on it a bit, but maybe just to expand further on it. Remember, you don't only have to own a property to bid or to submit a tender. You can make an affidavit, whether you're staying in your parents' house or you're renting a property, where you can do an affidavit at police station or submit a lease agreement to verify that you are residing somewhere. Because remember, even us as the city, we need to understand you are residing somewhere so that we know who we're dealing with. We don't want to deal with people operating the boot of the car. So there are also those that reside in informal settlements. So in that case, in informal settlements, they belong to a certain ward where they are ward councillors. Ward councillors, they do have a letter that they can sign to produce as an evidence that you reside in an informal settlement, that you can submit with your tender document. So there are those opportunities, Chair. So with regards to the payment, maybe I was not clear enough in my presentation. It is true that the regulation states clearly that you need to pay suppliers within 30 days. But in the city of Johannesburg, our policy, section 51, states clearly that SMMEs must pay them within 14 days. But on top of that, we still want to push further, because 14 days itself, we can beat it. So when I was presenting, I was making that point. Remember that we are audited by Auditor General. So this is one of the first thing that they look for when they look at the payment schedule for the financial year. How long did you take to pay? And which ones are SMMEs? And how long did you take to pay for those ones? So all I was emphasizing there is that these are intervention as the city that we have to say, SMMEs push further. Don't rely on 30 days or 14 days. Push further. That's the reason why I put that comment on my presentation, to make an issue that we understand there's this frustration that payments sometimes take longer to pay. But also what is important, we don't do part payments. You supply what was required and then we pay you. Unless it was agreed in the SLA that we are going to be paid when you submit certain parts. So you don't submit what was not required and then expect to be paid. You submit what was required at a certain standard and then you'll be paid. So it's a two-way stream. So sometimes it's not just the officials are lazy to pay. So, and the issue of the monitoring and training, I think I've already outlined, Chairperson, that with regards to what we do in the city of Johannesburg, we receive acquisition plans, demand plans from individual entities and departments. And we analyze them and make sure that we understand them according to commodities. And then we do call our designated groups from our database to notify them of the upcoming opportunities. Because it's not fair for a small company to see a tender on a newspaper and then you only have 30 days to prepare or to prepare for a tender. So it's better to be alerted up front so that you can do your groundwork and prepare and wait for that tender. When it comes, you don't start from scratch. You already have the information. So those are one of the initiatives that we have. And we also say, if you did not get the tender or the quotation, you have a right as a service provider to ask, why didn't I get it? Then you'll be given the reasons so that you don't make the same mistake on the next project that you're bidding for. So those are one of the, initiatives that we try and make sure that we keep close our service providers, because we consider them as partners, not necessarily just as service providers. So with regards to the workshops, Chairperson, that is done by the opportunity centers in the city of Johannesburg, if the portfolio committee require that information, I'm sure that can be arranged, because I heard that POPI Act was used as an excuse to submit evidence. I don't think that's a proper response, because that information, all you need is to understand what are the companies that you've claimed that you've trained or mentored. So to submit the names of companies, I don't think you can use that POPI Act as an excuse, because we're not giving away banking details or private or confidential information, because this is a public information that is on CSD. So Chairperson, I think maybe let me end it there, unless there's another question that I missed from my side. Thank you.
Can I come in, Chair?
My apologies, I brought a boy child here, so he was trying to respond to his WhatsApp. Are you responding, Dad?
Yes, I just want to respond to the question raised by Honorable Malema for COGTA.
Yes, I
Okay.
said you can continue.
Okay, thanks. Honorable Chair and honorable members, my name is Sbonga Kongo from COGTA. I know that the CFO was here this morning and made a presentation where he has painted a very bad picture in terms of our performance for Giodi. For Q1, we have managed to achieve our quarterly target for women spending, but however, in terms of military veterans, youth, and people with disability, we have simply failed dismally. There are challenges around this. Maybe I just need to indicate that there is always a thin line between set aside and targeting certain groups, because set aside is clearly prohibited by National Treasury, that we cannot set aside certain work to certain companies. So in this regard, what we have done is to target certain suppliers, especially women-owned suppliers. We have so many targets, the target for women, the target for military veterans, the target for youth and people with disability. So as COGTA, the focus really in the first quarter was on women, because this is the target that has been included in our APP. So I guess maybe we have been lagging behind in terms of achieving the other targets. But what we are doing now, because even if there are problems or issues in terms of the SCM rules that we normally follow, especially the triple PFA regulations and the latest judgment that was issued. But the expectation is that we still need to achieve those targets regardless. In terms of the triple BEE, Chair, there is an expectation that each department must allocate a budget for supplier or enterprise development. And I must indicate that this has been a challenge as well for COGTA, because there's no budget for us to go out there and train the suppliers that we normally use. So, but what we have tried to do now in this second quarter, going forward, is to engage the Department of Defense and Military Veterans, because when you go to CSD, there are very, very, very few companies listed under military veterans. In terms of youth as well, we'll also target organizations dealing with youth for them to give us the list of suppliers to make sure that those suppliers are also compliant, because that's another challenge into this, that whoever that you do business with, they need to comply in terms of tax, in terms of whether those people are not employed by the state. You know, those are the things that we pick up when we're about to allocate work. Training is key. I must indicate, training is key to train these suppliers, because you'll find that, especially at COGTA, maybe if I could read it down there at COGTA, the kind of commodities that we normally use are mostly venues, very professional services. And you'll find that when we go to CSD and look for youth companies or people with disability, most of them are, the commodity that they are offering is not what we require at that point in time. For example, we'll want a facilitator with certain qualifications to facilitate a certain program. As much as we want to empower youth, but we would not be able to find a particular skill at that point in time. So those are the challenges that we have experienced, but I guess the training or development of suppliers or enterprise organization is just to make sure that we train them, develop them, to make sure that when we have to use them on CSD, they are able to provide the service that we want. So I thought maybe I need to touch on the issue of performance and what is it that we are doing as a department to improve the spending on military veterans, youth, and people with disability. Thanks.
Sibonga, is there a legislation that says you can't expose communities or people of Gauteng to what kind of services as a department you require, and that you will be procuring to, or will be needing procurement on? I'm raising this because we continue to get that excuse that the services that we provide, or that the things that we need services on as COGTA, usually is difficult to get youth, women, businesses, or military veterans, or people living with disability trading in that. It's mostly professional services, facilitators, and all these other things. Now, my question is, why are we not alerting the Gauteng people of the kind of services we need, or the kind of goods and services we buy as a department, to make sure that there's fair bo Dineo, ba blokile tsela gore you can't come in because the water was not provided by us. Then when I go back and check with our supply chain, gore kanti who got the tender, because people are obsessed about tender. The tender is given to Kidiboni from Davidton. She's not part of Bosalamina le Bodineo. Mara ke ngwana wa ko Davidton. The event is in Davidton. So those are the contradictions that we also, as a legislature, get to see, but also government. We can no longer build houses freely, we can no longer build roads or upgrade roads freely because kunama 30% brigades on the ground who believes they must be given 30% and not do the work. Business people are now afraid to do business in communities. That means development will stop. And when development stops, service delivery suffers, then we live in slums then we continue to suffer as a people. So those are the contradictions, and I know officials were even afraid to raise such challenges that they are faced with on the ground with yourselves and ourselves here. But that is the truth, and that's what is happening. I think moving forward from here, oh, I forgot Salga must respond. I think moving forward from here, Sizwe, we must have an engagement with CFOs of all the municipalities as part of our preparation as Gauteng to that amendment that was prompted by the AfriForum. So that we prepare accordingly. I'm saying CFOs of municipalities because more than anyone, municipalities are better placed to talk on behalf of communities because I get a problem in the COGTA ha councillor. So they know the issues, and I'm raising this because I worked for the municipality. So we seem to know better than people in the national government on what communities want and what are the challenges that communities are faced with. But I'm also challenging all of you not to sleep. When time for public participation on this amendment, we must be awake, especially young women of South Africa. Ke borotho ba lona. Young black women, there's a challenge to the progress of the country. And that progress was as a result of these legislations that protect us. And if we are going to keep quiet when they are challenged by people who have money and we don't have because we can't go to court, and we just keep quiet and sit back, we are going to go back to where our grandmothers were. It's not a political issue. It's a bread and butter issue of our daily challenges. Member Ncube here said we are still the marginalized. Poverty wears a black woman's face. Inequality wears a black woman's face. It's us who must stand up and fight that there must be implementation. We can't accept the 1%, the 0.08%. It's us who must stand up and say it can't be removed. It can't be repealed, not to benefit us. The set-asides are to address our challenges, are to address, to make sure that we also participate. Group 7. What? We want to enlist in the JSE stock exchange, isn't it? So we can't keep quiet. And I think it's one thing that we must do a follow-up on Sizwe. just to make sure that we don't leave anything unturned and we end up with an act that takes us back to where Miriam Makeba was, where Winnie Mandela was before democracy. It can happen in the democratic country. We've got that right to go fight it. Well, it's not a political issue. It's a bread and butter issue. And I'm challenging all of you to go read more about it, write more about it on Facebook, challenge it, understand it before you go and challenge it in public. But it's our right, and the law, fortunately, in South Africa is made by people. So before it goes to Parliament to be approved, it's going to come to us to have a view about it, and we must participate in little corners where you are, in the organizations where you find yourself. Conscientize people about it, then we'll fight the implementation of it. And I think this time we've learned better off. Since 2007, since it was enacted, what has been happening, what are the challenges. And I think Mpo speak largely of what are the challenges of this legislation and how it is. When they say local people, they don't say people in Moletsane. But local. Local means South Africa, according to Treasury. So those are the things that are there that makes these CFOs, directors in supply chain, not to be able to change or to speedily implement, and speedily we see development and empowerment on our side. And Lebona, they must leave this thing of being technical and just being financial gurus, of telling us not to spend the money. But there must be activists that seek change. And I think Mpo gives us comfort a little bit, or at least we can have a divisional head in finance that is an activist. Because most of them, they just tell you the book says, and that's it. You know, but the finances, ne? They don't want to spend, they don't want to break the law. But Batama straight. And in Khuzama straight, they don't want to even appreciate the material conditions that contradicts the very same law they are trying to implement. So I think we'll have that further engagement. I don't know, Councillor Maluleka, you want to respond to that issue of stipends that goes to what committees? Where does it come from? And when they are not, maybe should I allow you to speak for yourself, Ceci? Okay. So that Councillor Maluleka can just come here. Who else wants to ask Salga a question? Do you know what is Salga?
Oh. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Sanibonani. Igama lami uGugu wakamtshali. I'm one of the ward committees la ngiphuma khona Ward 40 Region D, the city of Johannesburg. Reason why Councillor Maluleka ngibuza this question, it's because 2 weeks back we had an induction abasifundisa ama-duties wethu as a ward committees. So we raised the question, sabuza ukuthi okay, siyazwa nithi nisipha istipend se-1,000 rand. So leso stipend leso siphuma kuphi? Then we were told ukuthi stipend baqale bathi siphuma COGTA, because COGTA beyikhona ke that day. But iphuma COGTA, then sathi masicela ukuthi sicela uku-engage ne-COGTA, then change indaba. Vasco da Gama said iphuma eSalga. ISalga yiye ebhadala ama-stipend wethu. So now sabatshela ke ukuthi issue esinayo 1,000 rand incane. And umsebenzi wama-ward committees mningi. They expecting us ukuthi si-round i-ward yonke. And mawuthi yabheka i-ward mina ngiphuma kuyo, we have 8 VDs. And it's a walking distance kukude. So kunokuba nzima ukuthi siye lapho sababuza ukuthi okay, if nithi kumele si-check-e i-ward yonke, si-check ama-service deliveries and everything, ni expect ukuthi sisebenze kanjani nge-1,000 rand, because kwesinye isikhathi kumele ukuthi sigibele siye lapho. Then the answer yakhe was, I don't care, ukuthi nenza kanjani. Because le mali esinipha yona, sikhipha from our pockets, esisizwa isalka, ukuthi siniphe lo mali leyo, ukuthi nenze lo msebenzi loyo. So now question, ukuthi imali siyithola from isalka, or siyithola from the city of Johannesburg. Yabo.
Thanks, Chair. Then, what committees receive something that is called out-of-pocket expense? Then, loosely we call it stipend. It's an allowance for you to be able to attend meetings, because there are prescribed number of meetings that you need to have in a financial year. Then it might be 4 meetings, it might be 8 meetings that are chaired by the ward councillor. Then that money comes from council. Then it can be office of the speaker, it can be office of the chief whip that coordinate councillors. Therefore, every financial year, they put up a budget. And one of the activities is out-of-pocket expense for ward committees. Then they will also budget for training and many other activities around ward committees. Then that money comes from City of Johannesburg. And I don't want to delve on the increase. The increase can be taken back when you do budget. Because around March, April, they advertise process to engage on the budget. Then as stakeholders, you can engage that you want an increase on the stipend. That was not for me to say it's little or it's more, but it's for the people of Johannesburg to have a conversation. But SALGA lobbies and coordinate municipalities to say, as much as you want to give allowances, you must also look at your core functions as municipalities. Your core functions is to roll social infrastructure. It's not many other things. But we need ward committees because of its people's power, its people's voice in democracy. Then it is up to people of Johannesburg to have an input, but we should also look at guardian resources of municipalities. What are the core functions that we need to deliver? Then I just want to leave it at that point that it would be unfair for me to say it's little or there's an opportunity to make it more. But it's up to the people of Johannesburg. When you put together a budget, you can comment. And I think what committees have a space to input on the budget. But my second point and last point, the chair, would be, in my responsibility in COGTA is to chair a working group on economic development. There were some of the things that are raised here, we will try to put them in our work. Because we meet with municipalities. I think next week we are going to have our session. Because we had a meeting, we postponed, we are going to meet with municipalities. The challenge was finalization on coalitions. There was a challenge. When we met, we were doing our own elections. There was a walkout from other political parties. Then we're still finalizing the composition of working groups. Then once we finalize our working group, we are going to engage municipalities on some of the programs that we spoke about. But I want to hasten on one issue. It's not easy to do business, Chair. And I think this is one thing that we need to talk about in the room. That is not an easy fit to be in business. And I listened to Jessica when she was talking about tourism. In tourism, there are a number of bottlenecks. If you want to be in tourism, you want to own a B&B, you want to be a tourism guide, you want to do whatever that you want to do, there are still challenges that needs to be transformed because it's not a transformed space. There's still economic challenges that we're facing, but we must take advantage of the space that the chair and the committee have given us. Because they have put together, different heads here and different brains that must unleash opportunities. But we must admit it's not easy to start a business or to participate in business. And if somebody is going to tell you that tomorrow you are going to be a millionaire, a billionaire, or you are going to have lots and lots of money, when you want to be in business, it will be a height of folly. It will be lies. Therefore, let's take the pain of trying to be in business. Be on the internet, knock at every door, take trouble of trying to do things on your own. I was listening to the other lady around the manufacturing. There was a program at one point, Chair, That was done by Massmart. Massmart is this big company that owns Macro, Game, and other companies. Then they have 500 million to incubate and train people, because Macro, they don't own products that they sell. They own space. Therefore, you buy space and whatever, but one thing that they want is guarantees that you will be able to produce. Therefore, if you want to produce hair products, you must be SABS approved, because you can ban people, people can die from your products. It's something, we can't take shortcuts. You must be ISO compliant. Your products must be tested, they must go under the labs and all those things. Therefore, let's go through the pain. As long as there's a door open for us to enter, let's then take advantage and take the pain of, you are producing on your own, but you want financial support, you'll be linking to that, but your products must go through labs and SABS. You must go into many meetings of business, because this session is free, government is free, but other sessions you need to pay for you to be in them. And young ladies must be told the truth, Chair, as a parting shot, that gone are the days for us to be in sessions of fun and alcohol. We must go into high tea meetings where we talk business. And we must make time to afford ourselves to be in that space, because that's the only thing that is going to unchain you from poverty and the cycle that our families have gone through them. Then what we are going to do, we will try to follow with the work that we did as SALGA to lobby different municipalities and say, as we celebrate the Freedom Charter or whatever that we are celebrating, let's put young women and take these stories back into communities. That we met Jessica, she wanted to be in tourism. She's an example that she was successful. I think it will give hope. One of the things that government must do is to give hope and give testimony that these are the people that we incubated and are successful, they can tell their stories. And I think it will be something that will generate interest and stimulate attention of young people to say, we also want to be like Jessica, we also want to be like others that were successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Maluleka. Councillor Maluleka was a youth activist when he was youth. So I think all of us here, so don't undermine what you are doing and think no one sees it, no one sees you in any way, you are a failure. Successful leaders are those who can inspire on the basis of their history and their humble beginnings. I think one thing that came out, in as much as some of you were irrelevant to our topic, is that the youth must not sleep on duty. Because being youth itself, it's a work. When you wake up, you must know when you are waking up to work, because you must think, you must do we expect you to do other things with maximum energy. We expect you to have information. All of you here, I bet you my last cent, you know the Wi-Fi code here. All of you, you see, all of you have the smartphone. Those are not for Instagram. Because the life you live in Instagram and Facebook also it's a lie, then you start committing suicide. But use those gadgets to empower yourself. There's YouTubes where you can learn how to manufacture a candle. A candle is the most expensive thing, I just learned from one young person, a child of a friend, who I found doing things, and I'm like, what are you doing? And I'm doing candles. Oh, is it because of load shedding? And she said to me, do you know how much is this short, big candles, scented candle? I said, I don't know, I always get them in, they're very expensive, and it's very cheap to make them. So I'm making them, I'm trying to sell them and see whether I can establish myself a business. I found her watching TV, YouTube channel on how to make it, and she had bought all those things without even going to school. So we are saying to you, unlike us, that's why you get A's in mathematics and physical science. It's not because you are smarter than us. It's because you have access to information. We had to do it on our own with a teacher that didn't even understand the subject itself. And get home and you must read that your physical science textbook. I used to hate it so much because it wasn't even friendly for my eyes. I'm partially blind. But Luna, when you get home, you get YouTube to teach you better. So you've got that smartphone that you are holding, Tombo. It's billions in your hands. So let's use it effectively to benefit us. We've got what is called Innovation Hub in Gauteng. It's in Tshwane, next to CSIR. These are the research institutes that will never chase you away when you've got an initiative or an idea as a young person. You'll even get qualified people. You just make sure that your intellectual property is not stolen, but they can help you advance your idea. You also have the National Youth Development Agency and local youth development units in municipalities, where you can go ask your peers to say, arrange Department X, arrange Company B, arrange Stats SA that always speaks about unemployment, to come and define this unemployment thing for us. What do they mean? 65% of us are unemployed. What is unemployment in their own definition? Are they counting me as a young person? Are they counting Thabo that I know he's not even looking for a job, he's not even looking for anything, Thabo just wants to be Thabo. So I'm just saying that you can initiate talks. You can, in your youth organization, don't have a youth day of going to a park and just drink and do other things. I don't want to talk that. Hubbly bubbly. But let's do hubbly bubbly when we are empowered with information and we have called, you know, if we are saying I called them in my organization and they didn't come, it was something else. But create those platforms and say today we want MEC of Economic Development in Gauteng to come and explain what is Township Economic Act and how does it relate and benefit us as young people. What role must we play? Because you can't want to be beneficiaries that don't play a role and then don't take responsibility. What responsibility is this act giving us? Except for us benefiting. Because the challenge we have in South Africa is that Nelson Mandela and them told us about rights and what we should benefit. And they forgot to educate us on our responsibility in building a better South Africa. And that's why we'll sit back and allow a person coming from elsewhere and we don't even know this person to come and sell us rotten food in our township, in our street, in the form of a spaza shop, habu gugu. When we can say mara gugu hawa, that garage we can all go and sell bread to the community ourselves. Stop renting it out, rent it out to us as the local girls here, and we sell bread. But I enjoy wine on a fun ride. The other day we came from Nigeria with a young woman from Nigeria coming to showcase her spices in Durban Exhibition Center. I was so jealous. I felt like, hi man, we can have young people in Durban to sell their spices, but are they there? If they're there, who knows about them? But then what initiative are they taking to ensure that whenever there's whatever exhibitions and people showcasing, they also go and make efforts? And she was like, and we asked her, where do you get the money for air travel and all these other things? And she said, I had to fundraise because I knew about this 8 months ago and I didn't have money to come to South Africa to book the flights and get the hotel. So I ran fundraising and made people in my community aware that I want to go showcase my spices in South Africa. there's an exhibition happening in Durban International Convention Center. So those are the things that we must start doing. And while we engage government to unlock the opportunities for us. The other thing that the ward committees, it's a voluntary job, my dear. It's not for unemployed people only. Councillor Maluleke, you forgot to highlight this. Ward committees on the basis of the expertise of individuals in different communities. You can be a medical doctor and be a member of the ward committee. So the framework is such that people will get a stipend in attending a meeting of a ward committee. So it's not a full-time job. It's a voluntary job done by everyone in the community. And then it's only the 10 or 12 that get to be in the ward committee. So it's not a job opportunity. And I think listening to you, there's distortion on what a ward committee is. You are now turned into a service delivery committee of some sort. It's a committee that must look into service delivery issues of the ward and be able to, together with the councillor, work together and ensure that those issues reach the municipalities. The municipalities in their budgeting, they accommodate your area and your ward. And that's why you'll find a representative of youth who must be coming from youth organizations in the ward. That's why you'll find economic development, it must be an expert of some sort who is interested in the issues of economic development of the local ward. That's why you'll find health. It shouldn't be just an unemployed, and it's a voluntary job. And I think whoever was training was supposed to also go into this, because these are the things that make people fight with government. Because we lie when we are with communities. But also familiarize yourself with the act and then what does it seek to achieve. So I can be a ward committee member in your ward, whether I'm a doctor or an engineer, because I'm an engineer and there's roads that are going to be developed. I know better, and then the community elects me because there's projects lined up in our ward, so that I monitor and do oversight on behalf of my community and give input to the processes of making roads in my community. So imagine that person demanding 5,000 or 10,000 when this person is making a lot of money where he works. So this is a voluntary job. It's a favor of some sort. I'm sorry to use favor because I don't know English. But meeting, it's not gore wa bereka. So when you are a ward committee, you must go and look for other opportunities for yourself and also self-develop. There you are doing work on behalf of the community voluntarily. And then the council must then be able to deal with just a stipend to ensure that it's like boards, you know, the board, the board's game, the council, the board of directors, it's like that of that ward. It's not a permanent job. So I suggest Gugu, we look into other opportunities if you are unemployed, and also advise those who are unemployed. It's not a permanent job. It's a 12-month thing. After 12 months, there must be other people who come in, and it's only 1,000. I agree with member. Oh, it's 5 years. Oh. Oh, it's linked to the political term of the municipality. But it's a voluntary job. And it's not a full-time job. You do it part-time, you attend meetings. It's like being a member of council of University of Ikuruleni, or being a board of directors of company ya Mahlangu, Jessica Mola, she will have, or NGO. Who are the people in NGOs? NGOs have board of directors, I guess. It's like that. That's what committee is. It's not a full-time job. So that's why it's important, when we are unemployed, we must look for other opportunities and ensure that we participate in that regard. I want to urge all of us to take advantage of the Township Economic Act. and fight about it. It's adopted. It must be implemented. You must feel the implementation and you must force people to implement it. So let's go familiarize ourselves with it and make sure that we take advantage of it. I also want to urge the department and the municipalities to make sure that they run effective training workshops. So come with a tender document to a workshop, show us how does it look like and how do we fill it in. Because there are a lot of people who are taking advantage of us as the people who will tell us, give us your ID number, fill in this form, we are going to fill a tender on your behalf, or tenders here on this website, and you go on that website, then you are told pay 250 rand. You are going to get 250 million tender of Department of Human Settlement in Gauteng. Only to find that that's a scam, it's fake, and a lot of us fall into that trap. So I think we want to also raise that with yourselves. What most importantly is to make sure that we participate in the preferential procurement amendment processes that are to come. But then because they still have until February, we don't want this 1%. And then we need to find a way of ensuring that we get into the central database system or central system. Labona ke motho wa di-business, a ke tlhaloganye. Ke tshaba tender, because tender has messed up our country. No, I'll give you, I'm finalizing. So I'm just saying that let's make sure. Are we on the central Yona ill? Why? It's online, Mas. Can they be on record who's assisting? Because this will help Boss Bonga, because Bonga ene atle ko lona o ya kwa. Because akatla ko wena ke corruption, akere Bonga. Rona we go to the system. Can you ask Njabulo come to the ladies here to explain the challenge so that Boss Bonga are aware and they are able to assist you. Bonga, COJ, I don't know who else is here to help.
Okay.
What is the challenge?
Okay, now for now personally, my challenge was that I registered when they told us that we need to be on a central database, supply database. Fine, but I did not have a business that was up and running then. So now I've got a business that's up and running. I'm trying to get on their system because of the ID number. No stress, fine. I'm trying to go through the process of rectifying the information I put in then. I'm not allowed on their system, like it's just chucking me out. I've tried to follow up, phone numbers, everything, nothing. It requires me, I guess, to physically go there. And my funds are not always available. Time is not always available. So it's a big challenge, and then you procrastinate and you procrastinate and you procrastinate, but the internet things are not easily accessible.
Are we noting, COGTA? Our Department of Treasury in Gauteng is doing roadshows on this. I think they also bring physical, they physically bring everyone else to assist in the registration. Maybe if we can, for the benefit of those who are here, we can just compile a list, and Tombi and Jabu, we link up with Treasury just to assist the stakeholders we met who are in business and wanting to register themselves, just to get that and for them also to know and be able to share the information with others, because when you are a business person, you must also share, don't be jealous. The tourism sector is still very white and male. It's not going to be easy now, my child. I don't want to lie to you. We must walk side by side with you and fight the battle. The Department of Tourism, it has a lot of packages for startups, for people like yourself who are starting. That's why I say that smartphone, let's use it effectively for our own benefit and the benefit of our friends and everybody else in our streets. We will take their contact. Those who are in business and struggling with the registrations and other things, we'll take your contacts and then we can arrange a smallanyana thing in the legislature and call the Department of Treasury of MEC Nkomo Ralehogo. If you go to her Facebook page now, she's somewhere doing these things that you say you don't have access to. She's somewhere with her department, making sure that women, youth register on the database. She brings everybody with who must help you in this journey of registration. So have proper contacts. Get out on Facebook. Your friends must be the right people. Lang understand Damar, lang kutwa. They are available on Facebook, Twitter. The right people are there. So let's be friends with them and get information. So we will ensure that those of you with entities, we link you with that department. Yes, ma'am. Lama. Oh, kino mantu nkomo Ralehogo. Hoka ya fellow busy. Kisho o somewhere estubeni where it's sure people are registering. She's a very progressive MEC we have. Member Ncube.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. Those that are in business, can I give you this name and number? This person works with Township Economic Development Implementation. Where there's a premier, there's an MEC, there is his team that is there. Organization yabo, they call themselves Family Tree. Abantu abangaphansi balapha abanye benza ma-archer nantontontonzo okanye sebenzibala. Usipho Mthembu, MTHEMBU. Number yake 068 504 9335. But it will be easier if you can organize yourselves and then say, sicela ukuthi sikubone sinezinto so ngenzeka athumele i-team yakhe or bazizele bona bebonke to yourselves, baya trainana futhi bahamba nabo nebhasi baya nithi bebeqeda ukutraina bantraina I think bathi iviki, and then after lelo viki lelo niya register and then nithola ukuthi bazonichazela basebenzisana ne-Township Economic Implementation with the MEC and the Premier. Premier makathi ngendaweni ethi ngekagesi basekhakhiswa manje uhamba nabo. It's a team that is committed to work with government, but also they're getting money from somewhere to ensure that people like yourselves get helped. Whilst I can also raise these things in the portfolio, but let me tell you about this one because we did discuss with him. Hence, I have this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Ncube. In her other role, she sits in the portfolio committee are economic development. And I think one thing that we will do is to make sure that we give economic development portfolio committee your contacts so that they help you with people who run workshops. I'm not sure about SIPO. I'm sure about the department, and Member Ngube has more information, so she will also raise issues on our behalf when we are not there in the economic development subcommittee, portfolio committee, as young women and as women, as people living with disabilities. And the issues that you raised here are related much on that, and we'll make sure that we do that. I know MEC Nkomoralo, who also is conducting training and doing the physical registrations, assisting with that, so you must link up with it. Our Department of COGTA in Gauteng coordinates municipalities and make sure that municipalities implement the legislative framework that is there. So as and when you need to report that you are not getting joy in municipalities, our COGTA offices are available. But otherwise, thank you very much for your participation. We learned a lot. I hope you also learned something from ourselves. This has assisted our focus intervention study. The inputs that you have made here are inputs we'll take forward, and some of them already we have outlined the activities that we think we must engage ourselves in, especially with preparing ourselves for the issues of amendment on the Preferential Procurement Act that is to protect us as people who live with disabilities, as youth, as women, who must benefit in the system. And I think also as the portfolio committee will continue doing oversight on the departments and the municipalities. And to the departments and the municipalities, we request you to implement. Don't sit back and say, anyway, these things are going to be scrapped out in February if they get to be scrapped out. We expect you to do more and give more reason of why do we need this. Empowerment of these strategic groups is important because it helps deal with the inequalities that are there in communities, the issues of poverty that bears the face of a black woman. And I think I always say to you, you all know what is poverty. You all know the impact of unemployment, because if there's youth in our families and relatives that are not working and you are the only one who's working, you carry the burden of that unemployment because they must eat, they must, and because you are the one who's working, and that's how we are cultured as black people. Because you are the one who's working, you must take care of all of us in the family, including relatives, kids of malume, aunts, and everyone. And I think we must all do our piece, and when we are employed, we must implement so that everybody else's life is sorted. To SALGA, we are hoping that we'll have more visibility of your councillors and municipal councillors on the ground just to deal with the plight of the GOD sector and make sure that municipalities implement accordingly. The reports ever since Councillor Aaron, they don't change. Always departments and municipalities are not reaching targets. For my 20-year activism in the youth sector, it has always been like that, and it's not changing. And I think the youth are becoming, including myself, becoming impatient on why is there no implementation of some of these things. And then I think in absentia, the organizations that presented here, we thank you very much, and we take your inputs very serious, and we will compile as part of compiling the report and making recommendations to the Gauteng legislature. We'll take into consideration many things that you have raised here. Those of you who were called here and you feel the platform is relevant to you, our apologies. We rely on the public participation unit of the legislature to identify key stakeholders that will understand the topics we are dealing with. but don't undermine yourself. If there's anything that you think needs our attention as a Gauteng Provincial Legislature, you can write it on a paper and give it to Jabu. She's there at the back, and then we'll make sure that it reaches the relevant offices in the legislature as well as in the Gauteng Provincial Government. Thank you very much. I hope it's now time to go and network for at least 5 minutes just to get people's numbers that you think are relevant in your own personal advancement. Thank you very much, Rale.